Hello, I'm Mayor Drew Combs, and welcome to the July 8th regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and in City Council chambers. Please note public speaker time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. In an effort to gauge public comment speakers on all of tonight's agenda topics, we ask that all in-person attendees submit speaker cards to the city clerk at this time. Roll call. I would like to introduce city council members and staff present. In the city council chambers are myself, Mayor Drew Combs, Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, city council members Jeff Schmidt and Jennifer Wise. City council member Cecilia Taylor is absent. Staff present include city manager Justin Murphy, assistant city manager Stephen Stolte, and city clerk Judy Herron. And I think assistant city attorney Mary Wagner is joining us virtually. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. And again, echoing a welcome to our regular July 8th City Council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on items on tonight's agenda, if you are in person, you can complete those speaker cards at that back table and return them here to me at the City Clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, you can engage that hand feature. And if calling in, press *9 after the mayor calls for comment on the item you wish to speak. I would also like to remind folks that we are recruiting for our Housing Commission. We've got one vacancy. I believe it is open through this Friday. You can visit menlopark.gov/commissions. And as a reminder, our community funding program timeline has opened for new applications, and that is through July 18th, and you can visit menlopark.gov/CFP, Community Funding Program. That concludes my instructions. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Herron. We'll move on to agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order or any requests from city council members. Staff is reordering the agenda, taking regular business item H1 related to the lease at 802 Middle Avenue before the study session items G1 and G2. Does the city council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar or informational items? No. Okay. Does the city council desire to modify the order of the agenda in any other way? Okay. With that, we'll move on to general public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the city council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the city council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Speaker time will be limited to 2 minutes if there are more than 10 speakers. You're not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The city council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the city council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. City Clerk Herron, can you call for general public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment for an item not on tonight's agenda, if you are in person, you can bring me a speaker card. If you're participating virtually, engage that hand feature. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Okay, currently seeing about 7 speakers. So this will be the final call for public comment on items not on tonight's agenda. Okay, so we are at 7 speakers. All right, and our first speaker will be Lucy Bowen, followed by Michael Farrow.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Lucy Baldwin.
Lucy, can you get a little closer to the microphone?
Oh, I was, not
Perfect.
used to this.
Thank you.
Okay, is that better? Okay, I can even hear myself. Okay, so I've been a 30+ years resident of Menlo Park. Tonight, I am representing the El Palo Alto chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. In 1955, the National Society of the Daughters of the American Revolution petitioned Congress to set aside September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week. And this was signed into law on August 12th, 1955 by Dwight Eisenhower. Now, more than ever, the National Society of the Daughters of American Revolution is committed to educating the public about the Constitution and its amendments. We'd like to request that the mayor publish the proclamation that Constitution Week to the citizens of Menlo Park, that Constitution Week is by law the 17th through the 23rd. Should I read the proclamation and then hand it to the secretary, or what would be good?
You can just hand, this is the idea, the request is for during Constitution Week in September, that this proclamation be issued by the city. That's what you're.
Before September 17th.
Before that, yeah. So you can, if you want, in the time remaining, you're welcome to read.
Okay, why don't I, just for all our edification. And I'll just, before I do that, let me say that on September 19th, the El Palo Alto chapter will be offering a bilingual interactive program about the Constitution and its amendments to the senior luncheon on Friday the 19th at the Onetta Harris Center. And I'd like to invite all of you to be there as the guests of the DAR, but you have to let me know in advance so I can get you a luncheon ticket. But it's going to be quite something, I think. So the proclamation says, whereas September 17th, 2025 marks the 238th anniversary of the drafting and the eventual ratification of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. And whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and to patriotic celebrations which will commemorate the occasion. Whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issue of proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America, designating September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week. Now, therefore, I, Drew Combs, by virtue of the authority vested in me as Mayor of Menlo Park, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week, and ask all our citizens to reaffirm the ideals of the framers of the Constitution in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, remembering that lost rights may never be regained. Thank you very much for listening.
Great, thank you.
And the next speaker is Michael Farrell, followed by Sashi Blue Smith.
City Council members, my name is Michael Farrell. I am a resident of unincorporated Menlo Park, but I do take advantage of city facilities, and including the beautiful pool you have and the park. We had a nice birthday party in the park a couple days ago. Just sort of trying to reiterate my last time I was up here a few council meetings ago, just to say that I hope that the community can come together and have a nice amicable resolution to the issues around the pool, so we can all get back to swimming and having birthday parties, and make sure that the pool and its funding is secure. Thanks. That's it.
Next speaker is Sashi Blue Smith, followed by Bill Kirsch.
Good evening. My name is Sachi Blue Smith. I'm a resident in Felton Gables. My 9-year-old and I are near daily users of the vibrant pools that Menlo Park has a right to be proud of. These community assets reflect the city's significant annual investment of roughly $1.3 million in utilities, supplies, major repairs, and capital improvements. As you know, many of these expenses are fixed and wouldn't change dramatically whether the pools are open 40 hours a week or 80, or whether there are 3 visitors or 30 in an hour. I'm here because these community jewels face a crisis that threatens programs hundreds of families, like mine, depend upon for health and wellness. Since February, you've been aware that our pool operator, a local small business, faces mounting financial challenges. The current contract requires Bellhaven to operate 63 hours per week, even in the off-season, yet it averages a handful of swimmers per hour. Unlike the city's expenses, the operator's costs are more variable. Labor, of course, scales with hours. Programs depend upon enrollment. While Bellhaven needs time to rebuild attendance after its extended closure, the operator has absorbed nearly $244,000 in losses from this site since its reopening. Without meaningful relief, the operator may be forced to cut hours at Burgess or even terminate this unsustainable arrangement. These actions introduce needless uncertainty to learn to swim classes that promote water safety, aquatics teams serving athletes from ages 5 to 85, and employment for hundreds, including many students at MA. On April 15th, this council approved only one recommendation, raising non-resident fees by $1 or $2 from a comprehensive relief package that was supported by the Parks and Recreation Commission, city staff, and the operator. From attending the last city council regular meeting, my understanding is that this issue is being handled by a subcommittee. I know I'm new to local politics, but I was still surprised to learn that this subcommittee's mandate covers only the Bellhaven campus. Its members do not include the city councilman who serves as the Parks and Rec liaison, and its numbers fall below a quorum, making it exempt from the Brown Act. I urge you to make this topic an agenda item at your next regular meeting on August 12th, and on that evening, take substantial action in a manner that is both constructive and transparent. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bill Kirsch, followed by Jocelyn Anaya Galvin and Brian Schmidt.
City Council members, thank you for your service. So the prior speaker gave you some good detail about Operator Tim Sheeper and the pools. And I think when I think of Menlo Park, I think of some of the gems that we have. And one of those gems is our aquatic programs. And that the aquatic programs are matched by a great operator, Tim Sheeper, who I've known for 30 years. And when I think of Tim, I think of an operator who is generous and hardworking, and he just wants to put forth the best programming he can for our community. So I would just ask you in good faith to work with Tim to help him rebuild Bellhaven attendance. It'll take time, but we don't want to lose Tim. He is one of the crown jewels of this city. I've known him for 30 years, and I've been a swimmer here for 40 years. So please work with Tim to make the program work for all of us. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jocelyn Anaya Galvin and Brian Schmidt, then Jenny Michelle.
Good evening, Brian Schmidt with Menlo Park. And as you know, Menlo Park works to help the city of Menlo Park achieve its goal of carbon neutrality by 2030, working on a lot of different types of form of outreach and working especially on electrification. And to that end, I am very excited to introduce to you Jocelyn Anaya Galvin, our new outreach and marketing coordinator, and we'll be working with the city with staff, hopefully with council members as well, on some of the issues that the city is facing. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. So my name is Jocelyn. Like Brian said, I'm the new outreach and marketing coordinator with Menlo Spark. So I will be working with residents across Menlo Park to raise awareness about home electrification and its benefits, about climate action advocacy, as well as public health. So I'm excited to continue supporting the sustainability team's efforts in the programs that they've put so much thought, creativity, and work into. Menlo Spark knows that the goal of achieving carbon neutrality is not possible without community involvement. And so whether it's through tabling at neighborhood events or working one-on-one with people, in multiple languages, we're working to make climate action feel accessible and engaging for all residents. So I applaud the City of Menlo Park's work on being a climate action leader. I also offer myself as a partner in deepening engagement. I know that you all know your residents best and your districts best. And so I would love to work with you on activating our communities to advance our critical work here. So thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jenny Michelle, followed by Elizabeth Flagel.
Dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and honorable staff, I'm Jenny Michelle, a native living in District 3, a recovering homeless teacher and disabled bus rider. Personal comments on Disability Pride Month and the various actions against our 6 housing element contracted goals. First, in honor of being disabled, I want to acknowledge myself for surviving open heart surgery that corrected a rare heart birth defect that is typically found in patients when they undergo an autopsy. I want to personally thank Mayor Combs for his advice many years ago to make a strong pitch. It took several months to get my medical providers on board, but in the end, they were convinced because of my pitch, and it saved my life. If you ever find yourself being minimized for your experience of yourself and your body, I recommend pushing back and making a pitch. I also recommend saying goodbye. After the surgery, I crashed for about 4 hours in the ICU and was unresponsive to most interventions. I was not riddled with guilt, remorse, or shame. I was free to focus on the task at hand, to breathe, and I made it. Disability Pride Month to me is about celebrating the grit and tenacity those of us with disabilities inherently have versus our able-bodied counterparts. We are an important part of our society and community. Secondly, the sensitive parking people. The ballot initiative and lawsuit are a documented attempt to subvert the will of the city and default on our contracted housing element. When an employee, a contractor, a supplier, a tenant knowingly and intentionally breaches your legally binding contract, what do? You exercise your ability to recover damages and restore the original contract terms. Then you might recommend never going into business with them again because they cannot be trusted to follow their written word. In this case, the state of California is counting on us to follow our written word and foster very low-income housing west of El Camino in this housing cycle. We've already invested years of commitment on this development of the parking lot basket. If we breach our contract, we might need to be reactive and eliminate single-family zoning in District 4 and 5 up to 50 units and 85 feet in furtherance of fostering low-income housing west of El Camino. By risking default, I suggest it opens individual neighbors signing to support the ballot initiative to exposure. Any signer supporting the ballot initiative should be given a legal warning or disclosure that breaching the housing element in this case demonstrates willful intent and documented premeditation, meaning you can be found personally liable for financial exposure the city must pay. And Lord knows what the staff thinks of this. I imagine that they feel that they're being treated as expendable and their years of works to get the housing element certified is underappreciated. I hope that they retain in our city. Thank you.
Okay, and our final speaker will be Elizabeth Flagel.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the Council. Thank you for taking my comment. I'm calling to echo many of the previous sentiments expressed by other speakers about Menlo Park swimming pools. I've heard there are financial concerns about the pool operations and would like to express support for the operator, Team Sheeper. Our 13-year-old daughter swims on the Menlo Park PASA swim team, and over the past 2 years, I've become much more familiar with the sport of swimming and all the many benefits it offers. Swimming teaches children responsibility and accountability. It offers friendship and mentorship, and it's also great exercise. Being part of PASA in Menlo Park has been transformative for our daughter, and I'm sure for many, many others. And I hope that the city will continue to work closely with the pool operators to maintain this valuable service. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen, and thank you to everyone who provided public comment. We'll move on to presentations and proclamations. We have one proclamation and two presentations this evening. The first item is E1, a proclamation recognizing Park and Recreation Month. City Clerk Karen, please call for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our proclamation E1 for Park and Recreation Month, if you are in person, you can return a speaker card to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're virtual, engaging that hand feature, calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our proclamation E1 for Park and Rec Month. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. Launched in 1985, this year marks the 40th anniversary of Parks and Recreation Month, an annual celebration of acknowledgement of the invaluable work of parks and recreation professionals. Parks and recreation programs are vital to community health and well-being. They provide access to art, education, athletics, and green space, as well as cultivating connection and belonging for community members of all ages and abilities. This year's theme, Build Together, Play Together, reminds us of the essential contributions of park and recreation professionals, volunteers, and seasonal workers. Today, we especially want to thank city staff and our Library and Community Services Department for their dedication to bringing enrichment, play, wellness, and togetherness to our daily lives. We'd like to invite Parks and Recreation Commission Chair Won Mun Lee to accept the proclamation. It's to say a few words and accept the proclamation, but you can just accept the proclamation. I'll let you. You go to, you have to, yeah.
Hi, my name is Won Mun Lee, resident of District 1 Bellhaven. I've been serving as the chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission for less than a year, but before I was the vice chair. I do want to recognize city staff for always helping facilitate the meetings and also, keep us abreast of all the issues facing Parks and Recreation, swimming especially. I think that's top of mind on the agenda for us. So thank you for all the comments that we've gotten. So again, thanks to Sean, Nick, and Trisha for all their help and support in running the commission as well.
Next is E2, the California Parks and Recreation Society's Award of Excellence in Design. City Clerk Karen, please call for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, any member of the public wishing to provide comment on E2, the CPRS Award of Excellence in Design. If you are in person, you can return a speaker card here to me. If you're online, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment for our presentation E2. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. Here to present the award is Secretary Treasurer of the Board of Directors and the Work Committee Chair Leah Martinez, Library and Community Services Supervisor Tricia Mullen, and Assistant Library and Community Service Director Nick Shegda.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Combs and members of the City Council. My name is Leah Martinez, and I am the Recreation Supervisor with Hayward Area Recreation and Park District, as well as the Secretary Treasurer for the California Park and Recreation Society State Board of Directors. As the outgoing co-chair of the CPRS Awards of Excellence program, it is my honor to present the Excellence in Design Award to the City of Menlo Park Department of Library and Community Services for the Bellhaven Community Campus. The CPRS Annual Awards Program celebrates outstanding examples of quality facility and park design, programming accomplishments, effective communications, community leadership, and professional successes that take place daily in our profession. Through our 5 award categories, we highlight the people, places, spaces, programs, and stories that make the communities like the City of Menlo Park special. As one of out of 135 applicants, the City of Menlo Park Bellhaven Community Campus was built to serve one of the most diverse areas in San Mateo County. Also known as the BHCC, it is a 37,000 square foot multi-service facility created to address historical inequities, including redlining and discriminatory practices. BHCC was developed through a collaboration between the Bellhaven community, the City of Menlo Park, and Meta, which helped support the project. The design prioritizes accessibility and inclusivity with ADA compliant features and a discounted fee structure for local residents. The variety of services housed in the facility include fitness programs, youth and adult libraries, a senior lounge, and an aquatic center. Extensive community engagement ensured that this project reflected local needs and aspirations with support from the Bellhaven neighborhood, the City Council, commissioners, and various community organizations. Congratulations to the City of Menlo Park on winning the 2024 Excellence in Facility Design.
Well, congrats and thank you for the recognition. We'll move on to E3, which is the final presentation. It's a presentation on the West Bay Sanitary District Recycled Water Update. Here to introduce the item is West Bay Sanitary District General Manager Sergio Ramirez.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I really appreciate your time this evening. We are here to provide an update on our Bayfront Recycled Water Facility efforts. So we hope this presentation is timely. I'll describe the 3 photos that you're seeing there on the top of the screen. The first from left to right is the Menlo Park, the retired Menlo Park Wastewater Treatment Facility. In the middle is one of the first cranes that arrived during the initial stages of construction. And then the image there on the right is the iteration of the new facility and what it's intended to look like. All right, so what we're hoping to cover today is to give you a little history on the site there at Bayfront. And this site is located behind the Bedwell Bayfront Park. It's the home of the retired treatment facility, and the photo that you're looking at there is a photo from the 40s or 50s of the functioning treatment facility. We will cover collaboration between the city staff and West Bay. We'll talk about design and construction of the facility, and then touch on our customer base and next steps. And just a little bit of background on West Bay Sanitary District. We are the wastewater collection system and conveyance provider for the city. We manage the collection system or the wastewater system for Menlo Park, good portions of Atherton, Portola Valley, East Palo Alto, a small portion of Woodside, and then unincorporated areas of San Mateo County and a small portion of Santa Clara County. We provide wastewater collection services. We pump that wastewater to Redwood Shores, to our regional treatment facility, the Silicon Valley Clean Water Facility. West Bay, along with the city of Redwood City, San Carlos, and Belmont own that facility and have to fund its operations and capital. The other thing that we do is we own and operate the Sharon Heights Recycled Water Facility at the top of Sand Hill Road and Interstate 280. The facility is designed to provide about 500,000 gallons a day of reclaimed water. So this is where we take a wastewater, we convert it into clean tertiary water, and then supply it to Sharon Heights, where they administer the irrigation of their facility. They pay for the cost of the facility and including its O&M. So it's a pass-through cost to West Bay and the residents. So you may be asking, what is recycled water? Well, recycled water is reclaimed wastewater that we convert from a tertiary standpoint. Oh, next slide. Thank you. So we basically treat this water to a high standard, Title 22 of the California Code of Regulations. Our existing facility, along with this new one, will produce high-level reclaimed water. This water will be, we intend and have designed it to have color removal, nutrient removal through nanofiltration and UV, without getting too technical. We do anticipate this water to be the best reclaimed water in the peninsula. This was, as Dave will kind of touch on here in a little bit, this was at the request of some developers in the area that we produce high quality water. So we've planned for that. And some of the intended uses for this water will be irrigation and industrial processes, including ponding. For example, the Civic Center's pond could be filled with this reclaimed water rather than potable drinking water. Also cooling towers, and what's really exciting is toilet flushing. So our intention is to provide this water for toilet flushing of commercial buildings and large multifamily units. A little history and timeline that we put together here for you is Menlo Park Sanitary District was established back in 1902. So we also constructed the Menlo Park Sanitary District wastewater facility in the 1940s. In 1981, our facility was decommissioned to join the Silicon Valley Clean Water. We basically joined forces with Redwood City, Belmont, and San Carlos to construct and manage this other facility off Redwood Shores. So we decommissioned our facility, and I've found literature in our minutes and some other literature that talked about this site eventually becoming a reclaimed water facility, even as early as 1979. So the vision was there for the community to have reclaimed water. In the 80s, we also received a name change. Originally, we were the Menlo Park Sanitary District, but because of our expanded area, we changed that name to West Bay Sanitary District. In 2016, Menlo Park did adopt M2 zoning and connect Menlo. And so that occurred the following year. We started construction on the Sharon Heights recycled water facility. As that was wrapping up 2 years later, in 2019, we did a feasibility study in the Bayfront area to see if there was a need for reclaimed water in that area as well. And there was, so we went ahead and engaged in an EIR, or environmental impact review. That was adopted in 2023. Late 23, we went out for a request for proposals and designated a design build team, chose a design build team that began working on the design and the construction of this facility. In August of 2024, we began construction. We started with demolition of the old facility and constructing the new one. Our plan is to be finished with this facility in Q3 of 2027. So we will be ready to deliver water in 2027. Some of the other collaboration is, or have been, with that Sharon Heights facility and working with the city on permitting and constructing the facility. We constructed pump station at the corner of Sand Hill and Oak. That where we take the wastewater flow, we pump it up to the top of Sand Hill Road to the new facility that we constructed, and then where the process occurs. Since we did that, we've been able to save over 50 million gallons per year of potable drinking water. Potable drinking water that was used for irrigation in the past. So for the last 5 years, each and every year, we've saved the city over 50 million gallons a year. This new facility is going to be much larger than that, and it'll save even more water. Other partnerships with the city is that the city's designated West Bay as your reclaimed water purveyor. So that happened back in 2022 or so. And it currently does not include the Cal Water service area, but we are speaking to Cal Water now to bring reclaimed water perhaps to Flood Park. There's a large need there, so we are speaking with Cal Water on that. Other coordination has been with the Bellhaven Community Campus. We extended the distribution line to the facility or to that complex and have a stub out at terminal right at the entrance of the Bellhaven Community Campus. So that was another partnership between Meta, West Bay, and the city. And speaking of Meta, we have spoken with them about the Willow Village project. And they are one of the anchor customers there in Bayfront. We have an agreement with them where we're doing cost sharing on the initial project management of our facility. They've reimbursed us for about 40% of the initial project management. So that's a good partnership. And part of the Willow Village conditional development permit requires Meta to coordinate with West Bay to bring reclaimed water to that Willow Village project. So that's another positive there where we're working together. And then lastly, the city's efforts of adopting green and sustainable ordinances, building practices, including dual plumbing and things like that, to be ready to receive reclaimed water when the water's available. So those are all good efforts. And I'll turn it over to Dave Richardson with Woodard and Curran on our project management team.
Thank you, Sergio. I'm Dave Richardson, principal in charge and project manager for Woodard and Curran on this project. I'm very pleased to tell you about the design and construction of this project. It's being done by a team, a design build team based right here in Santa Clara and San Mateo County. Waterworks Engineers is the designer and Anderson Pacific is the constructor. It's the same team that designed and built the Sharon Heights facility. So we have had a great working relationship with them. Next slide. This map shows the location of the facility. You can see it up there just off of Marsh Road. There's the road that serves and access to Bedwell Bayfront Park. That pipeline will bring the wastewater up to our facility, as well as bring the treated water back down over to the intersection of Highway 84 and Marsh Road, and then over extending in through Constitution down to Chilco, where we already have a pipeline built, and then eventually over to Hamilton, and then serving all the Willow Village development off of Willow. So it's quite a extensive pipeline. We've started, the design is underway, and the construction will be underway next year of the pipeline itself. We've also got that little connection that Sergio mentioned to the Bellhaven campus, so that's already constructed, ready to go once the recycled water is produced. Next slide. Just to give you a sense of just how important it was to protect the site. The site was perfectly viable as a wastewater treatment plant back in the 20s through 1979, but it really needed protection from erosion, protection from high tides, and protection from potential bay sea level rise. So we built a sheet wall levee, but outboard of the levee, a really nice ecotone slope. So a good location for species in the salt marsh there. And that project is complete. So the site is now very well protected for the future. Next slide. The project, as I said, we're in the design. It's exciting with design build because you can design and construct at the same time. So we got the contractor out there, as Sergio said a year ago, putting all the pilings in, because this is right next to the bay. The bay mud soil needs reinforcement. So we put piles in to support all of the concrete structures. That's all in. We're now building up, and we finished all the demolition, grading, the piles, and below grade utilities, the piping, and we're now building the treatment units. Next slide. So we're 9 months in to construction, and you can see right next to the overflow ponds, there's one building that's already there, already been built, but we're raising the walls on the preliminary treatment building, as well as where the what we call the membrane bioreactors, the membrane filtration system that separates the dirty water from the clean water, and then ultimately to the ultraviolet disinfection and nanofiltration that Sergio mentioned. So Sergio, I think that's it for construction, and I'll turn it back to you for describing our customers.
All right. All right, thanks, Dave. Moving on to customer base and some of the next steps as we wrap up the presentation here. Let's see. So we are expanding this recycled water to Menlo Park. Does support the city's vision. I've listed a couple of things here. Your urban water management plan is one of the first to mention coordination between West Bay and having us potentially be the recycled water purveyor in your area. We entered into the delegation agreement, making us the purveyor in your service area. Recycled water works very well with your green and sustainable ordinances, as well as your general plan and the Connect and Bayfront areas. Moving into the future, and as we design and build the distribution system, since we're well on our way to building the actual facility, the distribution system will support anchor customers. So as we've identified anchor customers, such as the Willow Village project, and then others along the way, these anchor customers will be crucial to how this pipe is ultimately routed and who it serves. Our ultimate goal would be to have it serve Burgess Park and the Civic Center. Even our own offices, which are right across, kitty corner to the swimming pool here. That's the ultimate goal, is to have it serve this area here. Most of the funding has been secured through the State Water Fund, revolving fund. It's a low interest, below 2% interest loan through the state. So most of the financing has been secured through the state. However, they do require user assurances or user agreements to finalize things there. Other forms of funding are contributions in aid of construction by developers. And then recycled water connection fees and capital surcharge fees, similar to what you have on your own water bill. You'll usually have a surcharge fee in there that helps pay for the capital investment. And then lastly, to make this more lucrative, there is an option, or there may be an option where existing users of water will be able to participate in the SRF repayment. So rather than coming up with a large capital expense upfront, existing users, in order to incentivize them to get off of municipal and into reclaimed water, they could participate in SRF, the State Revolving Fund repayment. And that's a 30-year repayment loan that we have initiated with the state. As far as next steps, we plan on completing this phase 1, which includes the facility and the distribution system, the initial portion of the distribution system. We will be developing user agreements with anchor customers. We will complete the final budget agreement with the state. And then we will continue with collaboration with other agencies such as the city, the county, LAFCO, Cal Water, and the like. We will also, one of the things that we've talked had a couple of meetings with the city is perhaps to allocate 1 million gallons of emergency potable water in case our facility ever went down due to a power outage or something of that nature. So we would want to have at least 1 million gallons of water so we can produce 1 day's worth and refill our tanks with potable water, so we can provide that pressure that the customers would need in the area. Again, the facility would be built at a 1 million gallon per day capacity. This could bring over 300 million gallons of water to the city, offsetting their water needs, their potable water needs. So it's definitely a good project. We'll continue coordination on updating our own ordinance. We'll work with city staff on yours as well. And then coordinate to bring recycled water to the rest of the Menlo Park service area, including Civic Center and Burgess. So those are our intentions and next steps. So just in closing, this project aligns very well with your vision. We've worked with staff and we've shared our West Bay's vision with the cities. Things have coordinated well, and your support in the future will be very valuable to this project. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez and Mr. Richardson, for the presentation. Clerk Karen, let's call for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our presentation item E3, West Bay Sanitary District Recycled Water Update. If you are in person, you can bring me a speaker card. If you are participating virtually, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on our presentation E3. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Aaron. Bringing it back to the dais, are there any questions for Mr. Richardson or Mr. Ramirez, or any comments about the presentation? Well, thank you very much for the presentation. It was great to learn all that's being done and the effort in putting this very much needed infrastructure in place.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the city may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a city council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our consent calendar items F1, City Council meeting minutes, or F2, in a contract for the High Voltage Streetlight Conversion project. If you are in person, you can complete a speaker card, return that to me. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, currently seeing one speaker, so this will be the final call for public comment on our consent calendar items F1 and F2. Okay, and our speaker is Dashiell Leeds. And if you could let us know which item you are speaking on?
I'm speaking on item F2.
Perfect, go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the conservation coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. Just commenting, following up on some resources that we sent. We believe that the streetlight conversion project may be an opportunity to incorporate some dark sky techniques. It's a great opportunity as you're replacing your lighting. Just two I want to highlight are using fully shielded lighting fixtures and choosing luminaires that are a color temperature of 3000 Kelvin or below. We understand that you have some urgent community concerns that are motivating these replacements, so hopefully these dark sky techniques can be incorporated without slowing down the project. Thanks so much.
All right, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Heron. Bringing it to the dais, are there any questions? Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I'm wondering if staff has had a chance to look at the dark sky requirements and if there can be any comment. Thank you. I hope not to slow the project down at all.
Good evening, council members. Azalea Mitch, Public Works Director. Yes, we received the information from the Sierra Club and have reviewed it. Our current streetlight standards do not meet the requirements of dark sky. Changes to the project would result in delays and change orders. So at this time, we're recommending to proceed and to evaluate based on policy direction, evaluating different types of standards for the future.
So future upgrades can, you will try to include the dark sky with future upgrades?
If that is the direction, so we have two designs right now for this item. We're proposing moving forward with this project. We have a completed design for the next neighborhood. So we would then have to receive direction on changing that design, which would come to you for construction in a year. But that design has actually been completed because we were trying to be cost effective on the design effort.
And the design you're talking about is for the Linfield Oaks neighborhood?
Correct.
How much effort would it be to change that design to possibly incorporate these?
We would have to follow up with our design team. Right now, our standards, like our standard details, do not include the criteria for the lumens, the Kelvin. So we would have to have internal revisions and ask our design team to incorporate updated standards. So we can definitely follow up and assess how much time and effort that would take.
I would be interested in that for the future.
Yeah, I think my thoughts on this would be that, like, I would want some, because you guys are currently following what are the standards outlined in the city, and then I would want a separate session where council provides direction on changes to those standards, separate from any project. And so I don't know how you work that in, but that's how, because again, right now you're following the current policy. And again, this approach could be the right approach, but there could be certain trade-offs which are not, fully clear in what we've received so far. And so a discussion, but I definitely want to have the discussion. And I definitely think, again, based on the documentation shared, it seems like this is the direction this technology is moving in, and so.
Great. So we can plan on coming back for a study session with the information, which can include not only our standards, but if there's interest in a citywide ordinance, we can assess that as well. And then we will also determine the cost to change the design that we just completed. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on the consent calendar, or is there a motion?
I'm happy to move to approve.
Okay, I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Wise and a second by Mayor Combs to approve the consent calendar. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. We'll move on to regular business. Staff has reordered the agenda, bringing regular business item H1 before the study sessions. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The regular business item is authorize the city manager to execute and make minor modifications as needed to the First Amendment to the lease agreement for city property at 802 Middle Avenue and provide direction on the framework for considering a long-term lease. Here to introduce the item is Deputy City Manager Nikki Nagaya.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Combs, council members. So Nikki Nagaya, Deputy City Manager, and I'll try to give you a very brief overview to summarize the highlights from the staff report on this item this evening. So as you mentioned, we're here to talk about the lease for 802 Middle Avenue, which is currently occupied by the Menlo Atherton Cooperative Nursery School. The school has been in operation for over 70 years with over 60 in Nealon Park. Over that time, has been a partnership with the city with the two major milestones being the original construction of the building and then following an arson fire in the early 90s, the reconstruction of that building again. So a little bit more detail was in the staff report, and happy to answer any questions about some of that history from what I've been able to uncover in the project files as well. The school currently serves children aged 21 months to approximately 5 years, and then the tuition ranges from about $600 to $1,900 per child per term, and there are 3 terms over the course of each year. About 87% of the families currently enrolled are Menlo Park residents. So the item before you tonight has kind of 2 components. One is a request for authorization to enter into a short-term lease. The current lease was executed in the year 2000 for a term of 20 years with an option for a 5-year extension that puts the expiration date approaching quickly this summer at the end of August. So our request for the 1-year extension is to allow for the school to continue operating to provide, to provide some certainty for the upcoming school year while we go into a process to allow for a comprehensive update to the city's template lease agreement in order to proceed with a potential longer term lease. So that's the first action that we are requesting. And then we are also seeking direction on a potential longer term lease and kind of 3 major buckets that were outlined in the staff report. So the first of which is the process, whether to go through a competitive process or to proceed with exclusive negotiations with the nursery school. And then for any specific considerations you might want us to include in those negotiations if they are proceeding on an exclusive basis. For the term, we're seeking your feedback on how to proceed for a standard term for this and potential for future leases that I'll cover in just a moment. Staff would recommend proceeding with something along the lines of 5 to 10 years with options to extend for between 2 and 5 years going forward. So there are a number of leases coming to terms, to the end of their term, excuse me. So we're seeking some direction on how to make our lease process a little bit more standard across the various tenants that we have going forward. And then the final item is around payment. whether to proceed with a market rate or a reduced rate for payment to account for investments in construction and maintenance. And so we'll summarize in a future slide here some corollaries to the cost recovery policy that the council has currently adopted for user fees. That's not explicitly applicable to lease negotiations, but is something that could provide a framework for how we approach leases, since we don't have a ton of property that we lease out. And so this could be a way to provide some case-by-case direction, but within the framework of an existing city policy as well. So again, as summarized in the staff report, we provided an overview of a few sites of comparable lease terms. So the co-op's lease terms are summarized on the first line here, and then also presented our leases with Building Kids in Willow Oaks Park, Peninsula Volunteers sites at Little House and Rosner House, at Nealon and Lyle Parks, and then the Boys and Girls Club in Marketplace. On Marketplace as well. So you can see there is some variation in the initial terms that range from 5 to 20 years, as well as the number of extensions that were entered into at these various times over the last 30 years. And so then the end dates vary with the co-ops most quickly approaching at the end of August, but then the Building Kids site is currently month to month with no expiration. And then there are also the Peninsula Volunteers lease at Rosner House is approaching, although there is an option for 10 years coming up to extend as well. So we are looking to try to, as I said, standardize our approach in terms. And so your direction this evening could set the stage for how we approach those additional leases in the future as well, if this process works for the council. So then finally, a little bit more information on the payment terms. So generally, the way the leases have been structured are that nonprofits and tenants with significant investment in construction, maintenance, or preservation of a city facility have traditionally been discounted over market rate. And so as we summarized in the staff report, one potential corollary could be to the cost recovery policy for fees. And so those kind of low, medium, high levels are summarized on the table here. And they really are varied based on the user group that's benefiting from the fees. And so in this case, the community-wide benefit generally have a low cost recovery threshold. And so that's 0 to 30% of their costs recovered. And the description in the policy highlights the applicability of youth programs or activities that focus on health, safety, and livability, and could also reduce costs to encourage participation. So then we also have medium and high level cost recoveries that range from 30 to 70% and then above 70% respectively. And you can see how those kind of vary as we move through those higher cost recovery levels. So also happy to answer more detailed questions on this. That policy was last updated by the council in 2022 for a reference point. So finally, just to summarize, as mentioned at the top of the presentation, we're seeking council direction to proceed with the amendment to the lease term to provide that short-term lease extension, and then also seeking your feedback on the process term and payments for a potential longer-term lease framework. So with that, I will conclude the presentation and happy to answer any questions before you take public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nagaya. This could have been in the staff report, I missed it, but so for the other, not Building Kids, the other nonprofit leases, what is the rate that they're paying, if anything? Are they paying a?
So the Peninsula Volunteers leases, as well as the Boys and Girls Club, are $1 per year.
Okay, and did you, and appreciate the history and the staff report, was the city also like sort of something, and you may not know this, and if not, that's totally fine, but something like the Boys and Girls Club, did the city contribute to the construction of that facility?
That is a good question. I do not know that off the top of my head, but happy to look into it.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. Any additional questions before we go to public comment? Yeah.
So on the Building Kids, that is not a nonprofit. And if I remember correctly, and that is that the monthly rent is $3,750 per month.
That's correct. So Building Kids is not a nonprofit. They're a for-profit company, and that lease was executed, you're correct, at $3,750 per month, and then it adjusts annually based on the CPI. So it's a little bit higher now that the lease term is in year 8 or so of the life.
And how is the size of the facility? How does that compare?
So I believe that is a good question. I believe the cooperative nursery school site in Nealon Park is slightly larger. So we did some per square foot comparisons for the what that would be on a per square foot basis. Let me just make sure I get the numbers correct for you here. So that would translate on a per square foot basis to approximately $5,700 per month for the amount of space at middle at 802 Middle. We would need to take a closer look at the indoor and outdoor space comparison and make sure that things are truly apples to apples, but that would give a rough estimate based on the per square footage cost.
Thank you.
One final question for me. And when it comes to the city's engagement or contributions as it relates to maintenance of the facilities or any related infrastructure, is it the same across all of these lease situations, or does it, because again, like I used to volunteer at Boys and Girls Club, I never saw the city or any city people out there doing anything. And so where some of these other facilities, I have seen city staff engaged in what might be considered routine maintenance. And so, but maybe that's another thing you want us to standardize as far as our engagement.
Yeah, no, maintenance is generally varied, although I think the Boys and Girls Club is a little bit of a unique situation in how that's structured. So generally for the gatehouse at 555 Ravenswood Avenue, for the Building Kids site in Willow Oaks Park, for the co-op in Nealon Park, generally the city's providing maintenance for the shell of the building, like you might expect for a standard rental lease agreement, and then the tenants are maintaining the interior. But there are some variations in the leases depending on who funded construction, who funded some significant renovations. The Junior League and the Gatehouse is one example where there's some additional investment that they've made over the years. So those maintenance terms are slightly different than the other sites. So there is some variation, but for generally the Building Kids site and the co-op site in Nealon Park, the city's doing the exterior maintenance and the school is providing the interior maintenance.
So speaking of maintenance, what about extraordinary events? I know there was recently a flood at the co-op, so who paid for the repairs on that?
Yes, so the way the co-op lease is currently structured, they're responsible for ongoing kind of interior maintenance. And so I think there have been a couple of water leaks at the site, so I'll walk through those. The first of which we had understood was caused by a dishwasher hose. And so that was an interior maintenance issue that then caused the water leak, as we understand it. And so the co-op did cover the costs, which were significant, as we understand from the information they provided, on the order of $150,000 to $200,000 in repairs. There were subsequent leaks that were the city's responsibility related to the adjacent restroom in Nealon Park. And so we covered the cost for those facility repairs from those leaks.
Okay, thank you. And there was some disagreement between the co-op and the city as it relates to who was responsible for what. But that has all been resolved, and there's no ongoing or current dispute between the co-op and the city about any of the repair fees related to the flooding.
That's correct. I think I think there was misunderstanding in the lease terms that led to that disagreement.
That's a great misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Being very kind.
Yeah. But I think what we've also tried to do is structure some minor changes in the 1-year lease extension that clarify the maintenance responsibilities further. So that's something that we hope is a one-time thing and wouldn't recur.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Vice Mayor.
So when there's a significant investment in construction, maintenance, or preservation of a facility, is there any, what are the rules around how long that is covered by the, what I'm wondering is, if someone puts money into a building at one point, how long is it considered part of the, actually, can anyone help me with this?
I mean, we're having the same issue with the parking lots.
Yeah, well, that's exactly.
Since they didn't get any ownership stake, like what was the value of that initial investment? Because in the case of the co-op, they paid part of the construction costs, which I didn't see an actual dollar figure, but it's clear that the city admit that they paid partially for the construction of that building, which they don't own, but which they obviously have used for some decades now.
Right. Yeah. And that's exactly, I think, the policy question that's before you tonight. In this particular case, the initial building construction in the 1960s, is what I've found in the record, shows that the co-op funded construction of the building, contributed $10,000. It was initially a loan from the city that was then repaid over a number of years of their initial lease. The city contributed on the order of $4,000 to $5,000 to add park restrooms in the same wave of construction, but the city did not appear to contribute towards the construction of the building that the school was located in. After the arson fire in the 90s, the city provided a contribution that was based on the insurance settlement that we received from the destruction of the building, and then the co-op fundraised to cover the additional expenses for the construction at that time. So those were the two kind of historical events on this particular site. Generally, I think one potential consideration is what the life cycle of the building would be relative to the initial contribution towards that construction cost or towards the maintenance. And a building generally would be, the life would be on the order of 50 years. But I think that's essentially the policy question. Again, that's before you tonight is how we weigh that trade-off of the initial investment, the ongoing maintenance, and what value that provides the city in terms of the longer-term lease or rent relief through the payment terms.
And on this matter, I actually had a question for the Assistant City Attorney. So I'll give her some time since she probably didn't have a heads up that I was gonna call on her. But so as it relates to the city engaging in a contractual relationship, like, are there any bounds or restrictions? Like, could we lease out something that the city owns for like 50 years for like $1 to, I don't know, anyone we wanted to any other third party that, again, wasn't related to me? Is there no restrictions that the city, is there no like fiduciary duty on our part to make sure that, like, again, that these issues are reviewed every so often, or that the usage is for some community purpose, especially when the city isn't getting, is leasing it out for a nominal fee?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Combs. Mary Wagner, Assistant City Attorney. There's no specific statutory reference that I can give you that outlines what the city's responsibilities are in connection with leasing property that it owns. I mean, other than the Surplus Lands Act, which you're familiar with, which, imposes some restrictions about the process that you have to go through to lease a property for longer than 15 years, unless there's no demolition or construction. With respect to the question that you're asking in terms of like the monetary return that the city gets on its property, I mean, I think the underlying tenant is always that, it's for a public purpose. So if you're leasing a property for less than a fair market rent, we would usually indicate in the lease and in whatever approval documents there are the reasons behind that. For example, the community benefit that the tenant is providing or some other benefit that the city is receiving from the lease of that property. So hopefully that answers your question, because I think that it is a question of public use and the public purpose.
Thank you. Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you. I a question to kind of build off of the mayor's line of thinking, because mine was the same. For the other 7 properties, are those mostly nonprofits, or is there a mix of for-profit, nonprofit? Is it sort of a smorgasbord of things? I'm just curious, of the 12 properties, what's the kind of mix approximately?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So we currently have 12 city-owned buildings or facilities that we lease to what I would call third parties. So of those, I believe 2 are generally for profit, or 3. So that would be Building Kids, the Menlo Park Office Center joint venture at 1000 El Camino in the corner of Ravenswood and El Camino, and then Trader Joe's, where we lease a portion of parking lot 7, parking plaza 7 to them. The others are either nonprofits or kind of community serving uses. So the schools, the Junior League, the Menlo Park Historical Association and Library Foundations, the Boys and Girls Club, Peninsula Volunteers, and the Fire Protection District and Rotary Club. So I can do a math quickly. About a quarter of them are for profit, and the remainder, 75%, are nonprofit or community serving uses.
Thanks.
Okay. So I'm going to go to the city clerk to call for public comment. I will, City Clerk Karen, prioritize any public commenters who may have a bedtime that they want to make. And if you're over 20, your bedtime doesn't count. But I will prioritize them. So you can call for public comment. We'll see how many we have, and we'll set the time.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our regular business item H1 related to the 802 Middle Avenue lease, if you are in person and have not already, please bring me a speaker card. And if you are participating virtually, go ahead and engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, so it looks like we are currently at 8 speakers. So this is the final call for public comment on item H1.
Eight speakers. We'll do. Is it 3 minutes a speaker, right?
Yes. Let's just give it a couple more seconds here. I've got a couple more hands popping up. Thank you. Okay, so for our in-person and our virtual, this is the final call for our cards and hands for item H1.
I'm going to guess, Clerk Karen, that we went over 10.
Yes,
So-
we did, Mayor Combs. Let me to give you a final tally here. And are the folks in the back, are those for H1? Okay. And we'll just need your names on the card since we'll know the item that you're speaking on. All right, I think that concludes our in-person cards and our hands. So Mayor Combs, we are at 18.
Okay, we'll do 2 minutes a speaker.
2?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So our first speaker will be Shannon Feehan, followed by Aiden Kamari. Apologies.
Good evening, council members. My name is Shannon Feehan. I'm a lifelong Menlo Park resident. My mom grew up here. I'm born and raised here, and now I'm raising my own children here. I'm here tonight to ask you from the heart to please keep the Menlo Atherton Co-op in its home at Nealon Park and give staff clear direction to move forward with a long-term lease, 10 years at the current terms. This school is not just a preschool, it is the heart of a multi-generational community that has quietly and faithfully served Menlo Park for nearly 75 years. It is a place where families grow, not just in size, but in strength and resilience. It's a lifeline, a village, and one of the most powerful and enduring examples of community that I have ever witnessed. Over the years, it has held and supported families through tragedy, cancer diagnoses, NICU stays, losses, injuries, and heartbreaking accidents. These are not abstract stories. This is what the co-op does, quietly and without fanfare. But it is the kind of community we should all be working to preserve. It is where you bring, it is there when you bring home a new baby and suddenly you have meal trains at your door, when your childcare falls through, when you're sleep deprived or scared and just need to know you're not alone. In a world where parenting young children can feel so isolating, the co-op gives us connection, grounding, and hope. We are a nonprofit parent-run school with minimal staff, the majority of whom live right here in Menlo Park. We don't rely on the city for funding. In fact, we give back to the schools, sports teams, and nonprofits that make our city special. The co-op is a foundational piece of the civic fabric of Menlo Park. The current lease terms reflect both the fact that the co-op helped build this facility and the understanding that the school offers enormous value to the public. And you cannot replicate this kind of history or heart. Without these terms, the co-op's cost-effective model would collapse and the sense of community it fosters would be lost. This is not just about a lease, it's about values. Do we value connection, inclusion, and service to others? If we do, we must make sure this place, this home, remains just that. I ask you to please give clear direction tonight to offer the co-op a 10-year lease with the same terms and protect this community. Please don't treat this just as a lease decision, but as a legacy decision and protect our legacy. Thank you.
So for our next speaker, Aiden, I'm going to have you pause and I would actually invite up anyone with the younger children to come up to the mic first. And then Aiden, we will come back to you. Thank you. So if you've submitted a card, if you could please state your name so I know which speaker you are. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Penny and I am 12 years old. I started attending the Menlo Park Co-op preschool when I was just 2 years old, and even now I still remember it as one of the most joyful and welcoming places I've ever been. At the co-op, we played a lot, but it wasn't just play.
And
I
if you
learned-
get a little closer to the mic. Thank you.
I learned how to solve problems by working with other kids, how to share ideas respectfully, and how to keep trying when something didn't work the first time. These are skills I use today in school, in sports, and in everyday life. The co-op has also meant a lot to my whole family. My mom formed strong friendships there, and now I get to visit again almost every week, because my little brother is a student there. Walking through those same doors 10 years later brings back so many memories and reminds me how lucky I am to start my learning journey in such a special place. My mom often says the co-op helped her become a more thoughtful parent. She learned how to understand children better and how to support us through both fun and challenging moments. And now she shares that with other families too. And now that I'm older, I've noticed something else. So many of the parents I see coaching my teams, volunteering at school, and helping in the community are co-op parents. They stay involved, they care deeply, and they show up, not just for their own kids, but for everyone's. I hope the City Council will allow the co-op to continue its lease at Neyland Park. It's been a part of this community for so many generations, and it gives so much to local families. I feel very grateful to have been a part of it, and I hope so many more children will have the same opportunity. Thank you for your time and for listening.
So if there's anyone else with smaller aged children who would completed a card and would like to speak, we'll invite you up at this time. And as a reminder, if you can get pretty close to this mic so we're able to capture the audio both in chambers and on Zoom. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Corey Binns, and this is my daughter, Hazlet Carey. She's wearing a t-shirt that was designed at the co-op, and it says, "I keep the sand low at the co-op." And that's one of the phrases we've learned as parents and as children at the co-op. It's about not saying no. It's about finding a new way to say yes. And I think that's what we're thinking about here, is how can we continue to grow this beautiful institution that is an important part of Menlo Park. And it is the reason why we have, as a family, have chosen to stay in here, because we've learned from one another how to parent and how to be members of a beautiful community. So I urge you all to think about how you can help us keep the sand low for generations to come, because this is a very special public institution for all of us. Thank you.
And the next speaker, we just want to confirm, is there any other younger speakers who have completed a card who'd like to come up now? Okay, so then we will return to our list and going back to Aiden and then Ward Bullard.
Okay, so it's not fair to go after the kids. I got a little emotional listening to them. My name is Aiden Agamary. I'm a board member and a proud parent at the Menlo Atherton Co-op. I've been at the co-op for 6 years, 4 years as a board member. I've made some of the closest friendships that I have now as an adult. I'm standing here tonight asking for your support because this school, this model, this community is like anything I've ever experienced. The co-op isn't just childcare. It's not just a preschool. It's where parents come to learn how to parent. It's where families find each other. It's where children grow up surrounded by love, empathy, and real connection. Nothing like it exists. Let me tell you a little bit about the community that we built at the co-op. When someone has a baby or a parent gets sick or life just falls apart a little, which it does from time to time, the co-op shows up. Our famous meal trains are a great example of that. Families deliver hot meals 5 to 7 nights a week, often for weeks at a time. In July 2020, our second child was born. COVID was raging. The school was shut down. It was in the middle of summer. We had only been there for a year. And yet, somehow, this community still delivered full meal train meals for our family. At that time, we were stunned. Now we understand that that's just how the co-op operates. This is who we are. But the biggest gift that school has given me, other than friendship and food, is a chance to break generational cycles. I grew up in a traditional Middle Eastern home. I had love and structure, but not much emotional openness, no playbook for dealing with tantrums, no blueprint for deep empathy. The co-op changed that. Through parent education nights, involvement in the class, support from other parents walking the same road, I learned how to show up for my kids with intention. I learned how to listen, how to nurture, how to raise emotionally intelligent children and become a more grounded present father. I would not be the father I am today without the co-op. The school is a sanctuary in the middle of one of the fastest paced, most tech-driven, high-pressure places in the world. And at a time where loneliness, depression, and disconnection are skyrocketing, especially among parents, the co-op is the antidote. I ask you guys to support a long-term lease for our organization so we can continue. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Ward Bullard, followed by Christy Ruse Taylor.
Good evening, a little taller here, sorry. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Ward Bullard and I'm a resident of District 4. I'm proud to call Menlo Park home for much of the past 15 years since we moved to the area. I'm here to speak briefly about the co-op and its unique parent education program and its benefit to Menlo Park. For 11 years, the co-op provided impactful early education to my 3 children. While my children are all now alums of the co-op, my wife and I think of ourselves in much of the same way, as co-op alums. This is because in addition to the valuable early education for our children, the school provided a high-quality, research-based parent education curriculum that was woven into both the school day and the legendary monthly night meetings that allowed full-time working parents such as myself the opportunity to learn and grow. The co-op's parent education doesn't just benefit the school. It trains a valuable service corps of community leaders that contribute to making Menlo Park such a special place to call home. The co-op trains future public school classroom volunteers, recreation youth sports coaches, PTO presidents, foundation board members, Menlo Park City School District Council presidents, and countless other roles. In the years since I first stepped foot at the co-op at Neyland Park in September 2010, I have served Menlo Park in all the roles that I just listed. To be crystal clear, is the ethos of the co-op that provided me and many other parents the expectation that not only could I participate, but that it was my responsibility to give more of myself and to lead through service. I hope the City Council provides city staff clear direction and guidance to extend the co-op lease for another 10 years at the same term. Please allow the next generation of Menlo Park community leaders to be grown and nurtured by this unique cooperative nursery school. Thank you.
And the next speaker is Christy Ruse Taylor, followed by Stacy Miles Holland.
I'm height challenged here. My name is Christy Ruse Taylor and I'm a resident of Menlo Park. I've been the director and teacher of the MA Co-op Nursery School for 26 years. My son went through the school. My twin grandchildren went all the way through and my 3rd grandchild is in the program now. We are so grateful to the City of Menlo Park for its longstanding support of our work by providing our wonderful space at Neyland Park. At almost 75 years old, the co-op has deep, stable roots in this community. We strive to be low maintenance, asking as little of the city as possible. You guys talked about the flood. It was $200,000 worth of damage and we paid for it ourselves. This is our home and we treasure it, and we are so lucky to have generous families, past and present, who value what we do and who have been willing to support us during times of need. The co-op is special and unique as we not only teach children, but we also teach parents who become resources in other schools in our community. We teach child development, best practices for positive parenting, managing strong emotions, setting limits and appropriate expectations, motivating using growth mindset, and so much more. What we do changes people's lives and teaches them that there's a better way of parenting than what we may have grown up with. You don't get that kind of parent education at traditional drop-off nursery schools, and the benefits extend far beyond our little school. We are a nonprofit and tuition is kept very low because the parents learn how to help run the school. We have a summer program, we offer financial aid, and we welcome children with special needs. In this way, we foster an incredible community that comes together to support each other. Everyone says it takes a village, and we actually are the village. Importantly, our village thrives on the stability the city has provided us over the years. We are disappointed that instead of a long-term lease, we are being offered a one-year extension, which will lead to another year of stress and uncertainty about the future of our program. There are almost 2 months left before our lease expires, which is enough time to put together another long-term lease. Staff has had this on their radar for 3 years, so I'm not sure why more time than that is needed. Please consider granting us at least a 10-year lease at our current rate so we can continue to be a wonderful place for children and families to learn and grow together. If we're forced to pay rent, our co-op model simply will not survive. Thank you.
Next speaker is Stacy Miles Holland, followed by Katie Davis.
Christy made me cry, so we'll get through it. I'm Stacy Miles Holland. I'm the Vice Mayor of Atherton. I'm also a current parent at the co-op, and I'm the fundraising chair. So I'm wearing a lot of hats tonight. I'm also not used to having a time restriction. I'm used to being in your chair, so I'll do my best. So for every council meeting, every regional board meeting I've been to, a lot of people come, they have a lot of opinions. There's not a lot of volunteers. The volunteers at the co-op is the opposite of that. The co-op is where people raise their hand. You've heard it already. Ward stole some of my messaging, but this is the incubator in the co-op. People raise their hands here. We're the ones who serve, who go on and serve as the PTO president, the foundation president, the coach of the Little League team, the people who are running the sports leagues, the nonprofit board members. These are the people we give back. And when we get involved, we tend to bring our village with us. You hear us talking about our village because it matters to us. We're proud of it. We work hard for it. We support each other, and it's rooted in Menlo Park. So now I'm going to put my fundraising chair hat on. The school cannot survive if you charge us market rent. I understand as a city council member, it's our job to make sure that we are managing our budget, being fiscally conservative. So I understand why you guys are asking questions about market rate rent. I understand. But what Menlo Park is getting an amazing deal with this partnership with the co-op. It costs the city no money. And instead you get this tremendous outpouring of volunteerism and activism within this community. It also, as you guys pointed out in your questions, the school was paid for by the co-op. So you've never had to spend money on the co-op. And we pride ourselves on taking care of our home. Now, in the staff report, you talked about potential comparable rates. $5,700 a month is $69,000 annually. It's not a lot of money for you guys, but it would bankrupt our school. We would cease to exist. I'm the fundraising chair, so I can tell you that we fundraise for 50% of our operating cost right now. We keep our tuition extremely low so that we are inclusive and accessible to everyone. We also offer financial aid, and we also pay our teachers very, very well because we love them. And 2 of the 3 of them are Menlo Park residents. So this is a school by Menlo Park. This is rooted in Menlo Park, and it's keeping people in Menlo Park. So I think if I were in your shoes, I would be excited to continue the legacy of this school. It provides a valuable service. It's been a part of the community for a long time. I'm way over time here, but please just continue what you guys have done for years. Give us a long-term lease at the same terms that you've had before. Thank you.
The next speaker is Katie Davis, followed by Kanishka M.
Hey, I'm Kanishk, and I'm a Menlo Park resident and a parent of Menlo Atherton Co-op School. Communities is something that we take very strongly here in Menlo Park. I just want to remind everybody that communities are not formed, they are created. They are built brick by brick, and the co-op just does that, right? All the things that all of my other fellow parents have talked about is what is leading to the co-op being so successful over the last 70 years. having the history that it has and becoming a Menlo Park institution. I request the council to please consider extending the lease at 10 years at the current term so that there is no doubt about the continuation of the institution. And the last thing I'd like to leave you all with is that the co-op is by the people of Menlo Park, it's of the people of Menlo Park, and it's for the people of Menlo Park. So thank you.
Speaker would be Katie Davis, followed by Steve Franklin.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katie Davis. I live in Menlo Park for the last 14 years, and I'm a proud teacher at the Menlo Atherton Cooperative Nursery School. I'm also a proud alumni and was a parent at the school for 9 years while all 3 of my children went through the program. It was at the co-op where my kids learned valuable social emotional skills and where they were supported and accepted for who they are. They learned how to work through conflicts with classmates, and as a parent, I learned how to support them through all phases of childhood. Joining the co-op was one of the best parenting decisions that my husband and I have ever made. When we moved to Menlo Park, we didn't know anyone, and the co-op welcomed us with open arms and became our village. And to this day, this is the community that is still helping us navigate parenting. Raising young children is hard and can feel isolating, but at the co-op, we found ourselves as part of the most amazing community where we've met our forever friends. We bonded together with other parents by working in the classroom and leaned on each other during parent education meetings when we shared our challenges of raising young children. The co-op, like a lot of others have said, is a jumping off point for myself for many years in community service. Co-op parents get a taste for the value of being a part of the community and the benefit that comes from collaboration and hard work, and we go on to serve on PTO boards of our local Menlo Park schools. We coach Little League, we coach AYSO, we lead school-wide committees, and teachers and administrators like working with us because we've practiced it at the co-op. As a teacher at the co-op, I am so grateful for the working relationship between parents and teachers and for all of the amazing parents who help keep the classroom operating smoothly. This extremely unique parent-child-teacher relationship allows me the opportunity to truly connect with each child every school day. If a child's having a hard morning and just wants to sit in my lap and read books, I can do that because I have a classroom full of parents that are helping to run things. In my previous teaching roles in traditional school settings, I was the only adult among 24 children and wasn't able to give kids that one-on-one attention that they deserve. And this only works because of our current co-op model, and raising tuition to cover market price rent will destroy our program. We urge you to renew our lease with a long-term option of at least 10 years, which would align with Little House's lease. Our co-op is unique. It is definitely more work than a drop-off preschool, but it attracts the type of people who want to be part of a community, who work hard to build the community, and who instill the importance of community in their children. And that is who I want as a part of my community in Menlo Park. Thank you.
Next is Steve Franklin, followed by Barbara Wynn.
Hi, my name is Steve Franklin, and I've got a child at the co-op. I'm a Menlo Park resident, and want to start out by thanking you all. I know it's not easy being a public servant in today's environment, and you've got difficult issues and issues of fairness, et cetera, and I know the lease, raises some of those issues. I don't want to, I'm going to try to give back some time here because I know we've got a lot of speakers, and I can't extol the virtues of the co-op nearly as well as some of my fellow parents can. I will say I was a skeptic when we joined in terms of all of the parent involvement that's required, including multiple hour sessions every month. And I'm a convert now. It's been amazing. I'm raising my second set of children, and it's night and day in terms of the coaching and knowledge that that our family has as a result of the co-op. But in terms of the substance, I just really want to urge you to work quickly if you could. If you think about it, this is a school, we've got 100 students and they enroll for a 3 to 4 year period, depending on whether they're going to go to pre-K or just straight to kindergarten. So you've got 100 kids that are sort of in the middle of their education. And, the school obviously has to attract more children who are each looking at a 3 to 4 year time frame. And I'm not sure how we got, after a 25-year lease, how we got down to a 2-year period without knowing whether there's going to be a long-term renewal. But I would just urge you to kind of put yourself in the position of the school, of Christy, who just spoke, and kind of understand that if the lease doesn't get renewed at this end of this 1 year period, I mean, even now the school is basically finished. You can't just pick up and find a new location. And even if you could find a new location, folks aren't necessarily willing to move their kids, more than a couple mile radius. So, I would really just ask you to try to get this, resolved in the next, couple months or over the summer, so that the school can, continue as a going concern and engage in long-term planning. Thank you.
Next speaker is Barbara Nguyen, followed by Gracie Bullard.
Hi, my name is Barbara and I'm a Menlo Park resident. I'd just like to share my experience and the value of the co-op. The co-op is an example of community and gives so much to the local village of Menlo Park. My son is now a junior in high school and has been able to foster friendships that started when he was 2 years old. As a family, we had built friendships and connections with families that have lasted now over a decade. Despite busy schedules, we have continued our annual camping trip, just as an example of the depth of this connection, starting from preschool. My daughter, now a rising 6th grader, is looking forward to reunite with her co-op friends at Hillview, coming from the Laurel Elementary School community. And as parents, the co-op cultivated the spirit of service and volunteerism. And as we continue to give back to the community, as an example, my husband volunteers as a sports coach in Little League, AYSO, a middle school tennis team. I volunteer on the PTO board, both at Laurel Elementary and at Hillview Middle. This courage to give back was instilled in us as parents through this co-op parent training and education. So I urge you to please give the direction to extend the lease for the long term of 10 years at the current rate. Please invest in the community of Menlo Park by supporting a long-term lease to the co-op. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Gracie Bullard, followed by Liz McCabe.
I'm gonna tag along here.
Hi, City Council members. My name is Gracie Bullard, and this is my brother, Jack. I have been a resident of Menlo Park since the age of 0. We are currently students at Menlo Atherton High School, and I graduated from the co-op in 2015 and my brother in 2013. The biggest lesson that teacher Christy taught me is that everybody plays, our school mantra.
Everybody plays means that when you're being excluded, you can remind that person and yourself that you are worth being included. And that's the rule, even when it's hard. I think that this applies to all stages of life, whether you're a preschooler, a high schooler like me, or an adult like yourselves. The co-op motto is rooted in inclusivity, compassion, and kindness, something that the world and even our own community will always need more of.
Please support our community co-op and grant this lease extension so that more Menlo Park family Wi-Fi networks like mine can be named Everybody Plays. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be Liz McCabe, followed by Kate Piper. Is Liz McCabe still in the audience? Oh, thank you. All right, Liz, you should be able to engage your microphone now.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, go right ahead.
All right. Good evening. My name is Liz McCabe, and I've been a Menlo Park resident for the past 10 years. For the last year, I've been the president of the Menlo Atherton Co-op Nursery School. I'm the mom of 2 co-op students, and I'm also an alum of the co-op myself. I attended the co-op as a kid in the late 80s, and joining the co-op with my own daughters has been an incredible joy. I've grown up on stories that my mom still tells all the time about things she learned from teacher Christie's predecessor, Teacher Denny, who was my teacher, about how to be a parent. Her best friends to this day are fellow parents she met at the co-op, and my husband and I moved back to Menlo Park in large part because we wanted to raise our kids in a real community, and we thought the co-op would give us a village, and that is obviously what we found. The important thing I think to point out here is that the co-op is not a child care center. It's a parent education program that uses the preschool classroom as a hands-on lab. Every family is incredibly involved. We attend regular parent education nights. They are the core of our program. Every parent works in the classroom 1 day a week for every kid they have enrolled. So for us, that's 2 days a week. And we all take on jobs to help run this school, like my past job as president. It's also been an incredible source of friendship and connection. This place is where I have met my closest parent friends, many of whom are sitting in that room right now. Hi, guys. And we show up for one another, whether it's through the meal trains you've heard about or simply in the conversations at night meetings where somebody bursts into tears about how their kid is going through night terrors and we all feel so much less alone. What makes all of this possible is your support and specifically the long-term $1 a year lease. We don't offer full-time care. Kids attend between 2.5 hours and 10 hours a week, depending on their age. We are a lab where parents practice. We have 3 employees, 2 of whom you have met. And at any given time, we only have 1 teacher in the classroom with 20-ish students. The rest of the adults are parents who are working in the classroom and learning. And the teachers are teaching the parents as much or even more than they're teaching the children. We run on the passion and energy of our parents. And we, as you've also heard, we give extensive financial aid to try to remain one of the most accessible options out there. If we don't receive a long-term lease, that inhibits, as you've heard, that inhibits our ability to give the security to incoming families that we will be around for the duration of their children's nursery school years. And without that, the co-op simply won't survive. That would be an incredible loss, not just for current and future families, but for the fabric of this city. So the co-op has shaped how I parent, how I live, how I think about community. It's taught me what it means to show up for one another, and I will carry that with me forever. I want to make sure the co-op continues into the future for the many children and families who I hope benefit from this magical place for the next 70 years. So please make supporting this school part of your legacy. Continue that support. Thank you so much.
Next speaker will be Kate Piper, followed by Pamela Sperry.
Hello. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak about this amazing organization. My name is Kate Piper. I've lived across the street from the co-op since 2009, and my kids attended the school from 2012 to 2017. So it's been almost a decade since we were officially a co-op family, but we still feel so connected to the co-op. I mean, it's such a special place. It's really magical. I think you've seen a lot of that tonight. So I respectfully request that the council give staff clear direction on moving forward with a long-term lease with current lease terms to help support this amazing organization in the future. And I think it's really important because the co-op embodies the type of spirit that I feel like we should be supporting in Menlo Park. It's inclusive, it's caring, it builds community. It's absolutely helped our family build strong relationships and has instilled a mindset that, it's really important to give back to the community. It's just that kind of place. I think putting this important institution at risk would just be a huge loss for Menlo Park. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Pamela Sperry, followed by Cy Wilbur.
Hello. Hi, my name is Pamela Spurley, and I've had 3 kids at the MA Co-op. This nonprofit organization is a longstanding part of our community. It is a community builder and a community connector. The people that go through the co-op are the same faces that you see involved in the community afterwards, the same people that support the growth of this beautiful city and step up to help. This co-op is an irreplaceable part of the community and as such has earned its place here in our city. Please support the co-op in staying in its place and give the co-op a long lease with its great value considered in it. This school gives so much back to the community and grows and nurtures the values that make a good community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Cy Wilbur, followed by Marshall Haynes.
Hi there. My name is C. Wilbur. I am a Menlo Park resident and a business owner here for over 20 years. I have two boys that went to the co-op that are now 16, a rising junior at MA, and a 13-year-old boy, 8th grader at Hillview. I am grateful for the parent, education, experience, and community that the co-op has provided for me. Because of the positive impact the co-op has on my family, I feel comfortable that I am raising my boys in a healthy and loving environment that I receive at the co-op. And because of the co-op, I'm actively involved in my boys' school. I was a room parent in the elementary school. I am now on the Hillview PTO board and the MA PTA board. I am grateful for the village that the co-op has created and the friendship that I have provided for me. I am eternally grateful for Teacher Christy and everybody that has helped me through not just parenting, but life challenges. I'm going through a divorce right now. And because of my community, I don't think I would be able to survive. They have friends that they still are friends with since they are preschool, and they watch over my boys. And because of that, I am eternally grateful that I live in Menlo Park and I have this great community. I really hope that you can help keep the co-op community alive for generations, because it provides a lot, not just education, but friendship and support for everybody here. Thank you for listening.
The next speaker will be Marshall Haynes. And Marshall, you should be able to unmute your microphone at this time.
Yes, thank you. Hi, this is Marshall Haynes. My wife and I have been Menlo Park residents since 2013, and both of our boys attended the Menlo Atherton Co-op. If one of the tests before the city is whether the tenant brings a significant public benefit to the community, if the past speakers haven't convinced you, I can certainly say unequivocally that the Menlo Atherton Co-op does this. Because of the co-op nature of the school, which is a really important aspect of it, roughly 10 parents are in the class each day with the teachers. This brings together new parents with other new parents at a very difficult time in their lives as they're learning how to be parents, and obviously the children with other children. We made lifelong friends with our other parents, many of whom are in the room right now. We vacation with them, we hang out with them, our kids run around with them, and then of course, our children with their children. As parents, we as parents learned a tremendous amount about how to be better parents and better community participants via the educational programs that were provided by the co-op. And this to me is the very definition of community building. This is a truly unique place. The fact that the co-op does all this at a highly accessible price point, which allows anyone to participate, is simply magical. Please keep this amazing school open for a long time by releasing to the co-op at the current terms for at least 10 years. Thank you.
I'm seeing no more hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen, and thank you everyone for public comment. Let's take a 5-minute break.
And actually, Mayor Combs, I had 2 hands just re-raise.
Okay, let's take those hands.
Okay. So we're going to reopen the public comment for item H1 for Jenny and Brian. And oh, Jenny, it looks like you lowered your hand. So I am going to go to Brian. But Jenny, if you did want to speak on item H1, please do re-raise your hand.
Hello, my name is Brian. I have a son who goes to the co-op. I'm really grateful for Director Christie. She answers questions about parenting around the clock, usually answers within 15 minutes, which is amazing. She got us through a lot of hard times, like our son's biting issues, and she even helps us make sure that we don't overschedule our son's activities. So she's very involved. And I'm also thankful for all the parenting classes, also the emergency preparedness classes, but they've taught me how to be a really kind, patient, caring parent. My father wasn't the same way. Maybe he should have gone to those classes. And I think the play-based activities, they're going to let my son really grow and figure out, explore all of his capabilities. And I think that's going to make a big difference to my son's life. Finally, I'm really grateful for the community of parents. My wife was new to the Bay Area, and because she worked with them in the class, they stayed for hours at Elon Park after school. She was able to make her first friends, and she's really grateful and made sure that I would say that. So I hope you keep the co-op in its home. You offer a long-term lease with the same financial terms. Thank you very much for letting me speak and your time.
It does look like Jenny re-raised their hand. So we're going to go to Jenny and then Ken Kirschner.
Yes, good evening, City Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to have this open forum because this is such a vital part of our vibrant community. My family I have now one adult child and another one in high school. I've been in the community since 1999, and it was extremely coveted to be able to be on a wait list to be enrolled in the co-op. And I'll never forget the time that we got the call that we could join Teacher Christie and all of the outstanding educators who have dedicated their livelihood into a mission that's much more powerful than raising the next generation. And I will share with you that because of that co-op and the pristine shape that it's kept in, I mean, each one of us that has walked in there knows exactly which walls we've cleaned, which corners we've swept, and continue to do so decades later, because that place is a place of beautiful growth, potential, and it speaks to what we as a community can become together when one person puts one foot in front of the other, one hand above another's hand, and reaches higher because the person before them was hoping to leave it a better place. And that's exactly what we're raising in this community. Teacher Christie is absolutely the most phenomenal role model that my family has. All of their children have. There is nobody who they would rather greet, even more so than, dear family, than to see and be embraced by somebody who has built a community. And I would ask, please continue the next 10 years. Thank you.
And the final speaker will be Ken Kirschner. Ken, you should be able to unmute your mic at this time.
Hi, everybody. Actually, I'm Jane Kirschner, Ken's wife.
Okay.
For those who don't know me, I'm a developer of early childhood education programs, childcare and preschools across the Bay Area and in California. And we've heard from fundraisers, we've heard from educators, we've heard from parents, we've heard from students. And I just want to offer a different perspective, which is I'd like to help you understand the difficult business decision that this co-op preschool faces, because I help childcare programs all across California try to find space. So with a 1-year extension, their business is at risk because parents want consistency and certainty that they will be able to enroll their children for the long term. I've been helping GeoKids, you guys may remember that program that was the USGS Child Care Center, try to find their site when the USGS decided not to fund the child care program anymore. And it's been really tough to find real estate. So to the extent that you can grant a long-term lease to this program, you will retain 100 spaces for early childhood education, for childcare, and this program will die. They're not going to find a space that is affordable for them, given the kind of program that they're in. And I'd like to just end this by saying, I'm a Menlo Park community member and a homeowner, actually very close to Nealon Park, and I'm willing to offer my time and my expertise for free to the city council and staff and to the parents of this cooperative preschool to try to figure out what is the barrier to granting this at least 10-year lease so that this program can survive. Thank you so much for listening to my comments.
Okay, so Mayor Combs, that does look like it concludes our speakers. I'm seeing no other hands and no other cards. Perfect,
Okay.
thank you.
You promise this time? Right.
Drum roll, please. No, it looks clear on this side.
We'll take a break and come back at 8:15. All right, thank you. Again, thank you everyone for the public comments. So there's two issues that are related but not the same. There is the very specific issue of the lease extension with the co-op, and then there are the broader issue of directive for how Menlo Park possibly wants to look at approaching leases going forward. And so to my colleagues, I would pose, is there one of those you want to take up first? Or which one would you want to take up first? Because they're related, but they're not the same thing. And I want to make sure we take them up separately. There is the issue of the very real issue of the lease and giving the city manager direction on how that lease extension will look, or at least how the proposal from Menlo Park will look for the lease extension. And then there's direction on how the staff should look at going forward leases. And I'm just looking in your direction, Councilmember Wise, but you're not specifically on the spot. Yeah. Well, if we're looking at the slide, it's the, and I don't have the staff report exactly in front of me, but the slide is authorized execution and ability to make minor modifications to the First Amendment to the lease agreement. And then the second bullet is provide direction. And so if I'm understanding Ms. Nagaya, the first bullet in the slide presentation is all about the renewal of the lease and what parameters, whether from the city side, there is a desire to adjust the whether there is some additional payments that would be required, and then also to look at the time frame differently. What staff has proposed is a year extension at the current terms as it relates to the financial parameters. So that's the staff recommendation.
Correct. That's right. What's attached as attachment A is a kind of simple amendment that would extend the term by 1 year for the current financial terms at $1 per year, and just clarifies the maintenance responsibilities. So it's a pretty simple amendment in that regard. The city attorney's office has requested, in order to pursue a longer term lease, if you want to do something longer term, that they need at least a few weeks to put together a new standard template. And so I think that's where we were trying to seek approval for the 1 year extension so that the co-op could have certainty going into the upcoming school year and give us some time to work through a longer term if you wanted to pursue exclusive negotiation for a longer term.
And so what are you defining as longer term? And two, how would it look if the council decided that it wanted to grant a longer term lease tonight?
So
no, please, no response. I'm just posing questions.
Yes, so I think if you wanted to pursue a longer term lease, the way we had envisioned this working was the execution of a short-term 1 year lease extension to provide the time certainty so that we could pursue the negotiations on a longer term. And so what we defined as longer term was on the order of 5 to 10 years with options to extend beyond that. But as you saw in the summary, the terms that we have for current leases range from 3 to 50 years. So there's some flexibility in that range.
Okay, but so the template before the council is only one based on a year. And so that, like, if the council gave direction tonight that it wanted something longer than a year, that would be something that would have to come back to the council with a different template, or so the staff could not just take that direction of a longer term lease and and act on it without it coming back before council?
So what we've included as attachment A is just that simple 1-year amendment. And so I think what we'd heard from the attorney's office is a desire. So in order to execute a longer term lease, what we were proposing is to set up a new template. And that could be on the order of a 5 to 10 year lease structure. But in order to give them the time to prepare that lease template and have that be routed to the co-op and shared for review, and that back and forth process, if one exists, that we need some time to work through that. And we didn't want the time pressure of the extension, or excuse me, the expiration on August 31st to put in jeopardy the start of the school year in the fall. So that's why we had proposed this 2-step process of a 1-year extension that provides sufficient notice that we can extend for the 1 year, and then the second piece of then negotiating a longer term, if that's the council direction.
Okay. I do want to go and open it up to my colleagues. I do, though, Ms. Nagaya, want to press on that issue because certain representatives of the co-op has said that they have been trying to negotiate this issue with the city for some years now. And so, and again, I don't obviously they weren't negotiating with me, so I don't know, but this is what they've said, with very little response or engagement on the city's part. And so it could seem frustrating, if taking them at their word, if I were sitting in their shoes, that as we got to the lease extension, the lease ends, that the city is like, well, we need more time to see how a longer term time frame would look for a lease extension, given that some years ago, according to their story, they reached out to begin this process.
Yes, no, and totally understand that. I think I believe the first correspondence did start about 3 years ago, if I'm remembering correctly. We had teed up the potential to do a short-term extension at that time, but then the issue with the water leak that arose last summer put some delays on that negotiation as well. And so then we restarted the efforts earlier this year as we're tracking a number of leases that were coming due or expiring across the city properties earlier this year.
Okay. I saw the deputy city attorney came off. Was there something you want, or you were just being on standby? Whatever.
Just wanted to be available. We had questions from you.
Okay. No, yeah.
Thanks. So I've got a couple of things. I've got a number of things, but I've got 2 things kind of right off the bat. One is I do want to walk away with the certainty that we're going to have a long-term lease tonight. So I want to make sure we're exploring that to provide the certainty needed. I guess my question related to that is, I understand from a legal perspective, we want to do a little cleanup. We have a lot of kind of disparate leases, but why do we need to start with this one, given the history, given the community participation? I mean, why can't we give the co-op the certainty tonight? We can fix some smaller things, but then we take the time to fix the broader process. We're kind of starting with this one to fix the broader process, which I understand logically, but I feel like there's a long enough history there, and there's not so much broken in the current lease that we have to start with this one. So I just want to get a perspective on that, because I want to walk away with walk away with a longer term commitment tonight. So.
If I may, Councilmember, start with that one, if that's okay. And I think this is in response also to a question that the mayor was asking of staff. If the council's direction this evening is we want a longer term lease, we want it to be for X number of years at X number of dollars per year, whether or not you want to put in some more information, about those types of terms. We can do that, and I think we can take that direction. And if it's the council's direction, we wouldn't need to bring that lease back. We would like the opportunity to take this old lease though and create a new template. And I think we can do that if that's the council's direction tonight without returning. So I think you've got a relatively old lease here and it needs to be updated. We would obviously, of course, work with the tenant on that. But if your prerogative and direction tonight was to say, hey, we want a lease of X number of years at these terms, we could give the discretion to the city attorney and the city manager to negotiate that and to come up with a lease that's acceptable to both of them with those terms that you direct tonight. We could do that.
Maybe a small, thank you, I appreciate that. Maybe a small clarification is, because I think similar to the mayor, the thing that is a little bit of a disconnect in my head is we're asking for a year's worth of time when it sounds like we need about 6 weeks worth of time to do what you were saying, Mary. And so I'm feeling like I'd rather utilize that 6 weeks of motivated time or however long it is, even if it puts a little extra pressure on the process, that's great. That feels better than the pressure of another year of not knowing if there's going to be a longer term lease down the road. So I want to make sure I'm saying that.
And if I may, I mean, I think that the concept behind this 1 year extension is, we're already in July, and not even from a negotiating and drafting the lease meeting time, but from students, children, parents want certainty about, what their future is going to look like come September when school starts. So I think that I'm not saying it's going to take us a year to negotiate an extended term. So you could also take multiple steps tonight. You could say, hey, enter into this 1 year extension, but we want we want a longer term lease put into place, quicker than the 1 year period, whatever that would look like. So I don't think there was an intent that it would take the full year, unless the council said, hey, we want to look at a different process. What I'm hearing the council say is, we might not necessarily want that. We might want to retain this tenant. And if that's the case, here are your marching orders. Here's what we would like you to do. And I think there are a couple of options there that we might be able to utilize to achieve that objective.
Two things I want to say. We've heard it from two council members, so let's wait.
Yeah, of course. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump again.
No, but also I wanted to be clear that the recommendation from staff is completely appropriate, and from the which I know that you, as part of the city attorney's office, was a part of. In a scenario like this, the staff recommendation should be the most conservative and one that sort of puts the city at the least amount of risk. And that's what staff and you have come forward to. That's 1,000% your job. If the council desires that it wants to do something differently, then that's the council's option. But it's a council thing. What staff has come forward with is 1,000% appropriate and what you would expect at staff. And if the council, again, wants to do something differently, we'll find that out in this moment, as I look to my right for comments or questions from my colleagues. Although, I'm sorry, were you done, Councilmember Schmidt?
Oh yeah, I wanted to, yeah, my disconnect was something that feels like it should take 6 weeks. We're creating uncertainty for a year. And do we have other options to, do we have other options? Not that the staff got it wrong, but that it doesn't have to follow that exact process. So thank you, yeah.
So I wanted a little bit of discussion with my colleagues here. I absolutely love what I'm hearing from the community. It sounds like an incredibly magical place. I spent a couple hours with the director, Christy, and just fell in love with the place. However, as council members, I believe that we have a fiduciary obligation on behalf of all of our Menlo Park residents to make sure that we are making the best use and having the best, that this is an appropriate, or the best use of the building on behalf of all of the residents of Menlo Park. And given that we do have budget issues, just making sure that we are fulfilling our responsibilities. So I was, this is really hard to say because it is such a wonderful place. I have years ago spent time working at Bing Nursery School. My kids went through excellent programs. I totally value what I am hearing from the community, what I have seen, but I also am feeling a fiduciary obligation to make sure this is the best use of the space, and hopefully it will turn out to be. So I want to hear from everyone, sort of how you are handling that how you see that responsibility. And I apologize that we're doing this up here. We do not have a chance, since there's a Brown Act state law that prohibits us from talking about this before. Only two of us can talk about this before we make a decision. So we do have to have this slightly uncomfortable or extremely uncomfortable discussion on the dais. Thank you.
Quick one. Doesn't make me uncomfortable at all. 70 years. Like, I get it. I understand the fiduciary. There's lots of ways we can spend our money. I have no doubt or no confusion. I'm 100% behind. This is the right thing to do. It's a community pillar. It's been that way for a long time. If I'm going to put our money on anything, it's things like this. So you guys can keep discussing, but I quickly and confidently know that this is the right way to do it.
Okay. So we know our Councilmember Schmidt. I will say, Vice Mayor Nash, I hear you, and I think you know, everything you said is completely accurate. We were on council when the 5-year renewal came up, and I remember looking at this and I was like, 20 years for $1. What kind of who negotiated this lease? And I remember telling staff at the time, I was like, I don't ever want to see anything like this again. Because to me, it seemed so on its face, like offensive for any purpose. Like, if you think of signing a lease for 20 years of a public institution, that's 10 elections, a whole body of public people in public service for that entity have gone through and had no ability to weigh in. And so I'm sure that like that initial feedback that I know I provided, I think you and some others on council at the time provided, planted a seed, although we didn't at that time start actually actively looking at how we wanted to do these things going forward. So I understand where you're coming from. I think though, you know, the roll up here is not a clean mathematic equation. And so, and when you look at all of the factors that weigh in, even though the lease is personally offensive to me, the community is the exact opposite. And so in that scenario, I'd weigh in favor the community over my concerns with the lease. But I don't know exactly what we're talking about when you say long-term, because long-term could be 5 years or it could be 10 years, which is a big difference. Or it could be bringing it in alignment with Little House. All options that have been thrown out, which is something north of the 1 year. And so I think that is something to possibly be worked out, but I think that like it's not clear that we even have like 3 votes to have that discussion about what long-term actually means. And so I don't want to have that discussion unless it's clear that at least 3 council members want to have that discussion. Again, not to put you on the spot, Councilmember Wise, but.
Thank you. I actually think the mayor, you put it very, very well. I completely see your point, and I agree. are fiduciaries to Menlo Park and the people who live here. I actually really commend staff for this low, medium, high method that they laid out here, just because I feel like this is a very, very subjective thing that they tried to give some sort of standard to. And I just, from my perspective, I do think that this is a great use of the space. The community is well served. I think we've, heard how important this is to the community. So I am also in favor of, well, certainly the 1-year lease extension, but then also exploring a longer term solution. But again, I completely hear you and appreciate where you're coming from.
Thank you. And I just want to, we will see, and especially, we will see other leases come forward. And so I'm also trying to realize this is the first lease we are presented with. It definitely pulls the heartstrings. It sounds, wonderful, but just how do we equitably move forward?
Yeah.
And, sorry.
No, you go.
And that's actually something I thought about too, because yes, as these other leases come forward and, we have another preschool that we're leasing to, and of course they're, paying market rate, that it was hard because it's like, how do we justify to them the difference? But I think it's the fact that they're nonprofit, the model. So I realize it's completely subjective, but.
And I'm thinking more of other nonprofits.
So, but I'm going to push you, Councilmember Wise. And so you said, like, the idea is that like what's on the table is the 1-year lease extension, like at $1. And so, and I think it's clear that there's support for that. That is the staff recommendation. And so I think the question is that, is there a majority council support for giving direction to the city attorney to, in this moment, start the process of negotiating a lease extension that would be something longer than a year? And so that wouldn't be exploring, like, to be clear, a longer lease. That would be in this scenario, giving specific direction on a longer lease in this situation.
I'm comfortable telling the city attorney to please explore that. Yeah.
Okay, so then what would be the number of years?
Mm-hmm.
5 years?
I'm comfortable with 5 to 10 years. I know hold on. Little House. Well, I know the Little House one was just like an automatic extension, but they're up until 2035 right now for January 31, 2035. I realize the two buildings aren't like inherently linked, but I would be comfortable putting them on the same schedule. But again, I realize this is completely subjective and just what I've been thinking. So happy to hear other ideas.
Okay, so you would be willing to, so essentially bring this up to parity with Little House, and so we would, okay.
Yeah, I'm of the same mind. I think, as the Vice Mayor said, that's why I asked the question earlier about the percentage that were for-profit versus nonprofit, because those to me are two really separate categories. I feel like nonprofits are an expression of our value as a city and as a community, and whatever we can do to support the nonprofits that are fulfilling important roles in the city, like, I feel much more inclined to. It's a little less subjective for me. I think it's about an expression of value. For me, the 5 to 10 years, 10 feels like a minimum. I mean, I think 5 years is, if someone's new and they're establishing themselves and we're trying to build a community-based relationship with them, that's 5 years, right? And it can be low, medium, high, depending on the level of value that they offer. So I feel like it's becoming less subjective the more we categorize it. With 10 years, if they're established in our community for 25 years, 30 years, like, we're not going to have a lot of mystery around what kind of value they're adding. So a 10-year lease to me feels almost like a no-brainer, depending on the level of community benefit they have. And like I said, I mean, if they've been in the community 50 years, a 20-year lease is not that big of a deal to me, because it's a matter of they've been here, they're in the fabric of the community. So I'd say at a minimum to me, it's 10 years just based on.
Okay, let's
being
hold
part
up
of
on the 20
community.
years. Okay,
But fair enough. But I'm just trying to give you a little perspective of these are the things that make
Yeah.
up what a community is. And if we're just putting on the financial hat, I think we erode the community over time. So
Okay.
that's,
Right,
that's
so
where my.
we do have a long night, and so I want to go to staff, and the deputy city attorney. If there are 3 votes for direction on essentially 10 years, tell me why you don't like that, or tell me what concerns you have about that.
So I see the deputy city attorney on the screen, so I'll let her start, and then I'm happy to add from there. Go ahead, Mary.
From a legal perspective, I don't have concerns about a 10-year term, if I'm understanding the question correctly. I do think we would need direction on, other terms, including rent. And then, if the direction of the council would be to go forward to update the lease template and to, if you give the authority to the city attorney and the city manager to do that, without needing to come back to council, would be my follow-on questions.
And just before going to Ms. Nagaya, my understanding was that we were talking about 10 years at the $1. Was anyone in the sort of something different? Okay, all right. So 10 years at $1 a year. Ms. Nagaya, I hate to put you on the spot and have all these people looking at you.
No, I think as we poorly, but tried to describe earlier, we set up the 2-step process to provide as much certainty as possible. So if it's the council direction tonight to proceed with the 10-year extension, and I think with Ms. Wagner's clarification on the timing and how we can do that as efficiently as possible, we don't have any remaining concerns.
Okay, so then let's, from the dais, is there any other direction on how the city should approach these long-term leases that you would like to, or is it possibly a future study session where we're not sort of mixing this with the actual renewal of a lease? I actually think that might be my ask, that we at some point, nowhere near any lease renewal, have a study session on how we want to approach these leases. So, okay, with that, I'm going to ask for a motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
So I have a few things that, even though I'm not in favor of a 10-year lease.
Yeah.
Although I'm not unhappy that it's happening. I was wondering whether, could we hear a little bit more about the summer, I'm wondering if there is a fuller use of the facility that might in any way work with the school. I'm also wondering if the playground could, and possibly is there any way to open the playground to the public when the school is not open? Although I certainly realize that may create issues with you don't know what has been happening on the playground. And then the other question I have is, because your parent education is so excellent, is there any way to offer that to people outside the preschool? Thank you.
Absolutely. We tried to offer, when we were doing Zoom and it would be easy for people to join, we did a lot of advertising through Facebook and other things to have people join, and nobody did. Just never happened. So I'm not sure why, but absolutely we would welcome whoever wants to come. Before COVID, our playground was open whenever we weren't in session, and we stopped doing that after COVID. There were some issues. There were homeless people sometimes that would spend the night in our structure. There were teenagers who would have parties and leave the yard a mess. And there were other issues with just the grounds not being taken care of, but I would definitely be open to doing that again. I did it for 20 years. So, so that's an option. And then in terms of summer, we have a summer program that's going on. And we hope to do that every year. It's full with a waiting list. So any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, a motion. I'm gonna, since Councilmember Schmidt, you've been the most passionate.
I'll make a motion.
You're gonna
And-
give a
and-
50-year lease, so.
Well, that's right. He said it. Yeah, and I appreciate it. I also want to come back. I appreciate that having a study session when there's not the pressure of a lease to lose a valuable community asset. I definitely want to do that, and I hope we can schedule that in. And I would want to differentiate between a for-profit and a nonprofit. To me, it's a huge criteria. So yeah, I just wanted to echo support for that down the road. But yeah, I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay, you do. So, do you want to say?
Do I have to?
I can restate the motion, and
yeah,
then I'd
okay.
probably turn to the city attorney to make sure that I've incorporated it correctly. So what I would have is authorize the city manager to execute an amendment to the lease agreement for the city property at 802 Middle Avenue between the city of Menlo Park and tenant Menlo Atherton Cooperative Nursery School for an extended term of 10 years at $1 per month. And again, I'd look to
Yeah,
our
if I
assistant
may,
city
thank you. Thank you for that. So I would like clarification on whether it's an amendment to the existing lease. Our preference or our recommendation would be that it's a new form of a lease, not simply an amendment to the existing lease. Of course, if that's the council's direction, that's what we'll do. But we think that your lease format is in need of a update.
So you were, I couldn't completely understand you, Ms. Wagner, but my thinking is that it would be a new lease, like, right? Because the lease is quite dated, and so I think it needs to be cleaned up, but at 10 years, and essentially at the, I don't know, the $1 a month or $1 a year or however much, the nominal fee. It does. And is there a reason that there is even a financial exchange? Like, does the co-op send us like a check for $1 or something like that? How is that even, versus just saying it is like, I know Teacher Christie's standing. Oh, wow. And that person pocketed that $20. I don't, is there some value for there actually being like a dollar figure here? Because it's a nominal amount, but
I think if I may, Mr. Mayor, I think that there's benefit to having the structure of an actual rental amount. It is a good idea to have something, even if it is not.
okay, that sounds good. All right, so whatever those terms, whatever that dollar figure is now, like, right, that would be essentially ported over to a new lease. I do think that there should be a new lease. I don't think we should be updating a 25-year-old lease at this, which probably is an update of like, some lease from the 60s or something. So I definitely think we should do that.
Okay, so then the motion would be to authorize the city manager to execute a lease agreement for the property with the tenant of the co-op for a term of 10 years, and then it's at $1 per year.
Okay.
And if I may just add one suggestion, that the form of the lease is acceptable to the city attorney.
That what's the
new lease format is acceptable to the city attorney.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we will add using an updated lease format. Okay. Give me one moment to update our vote cast system. Okay. All right, so we've got the new motion. I still have City Council Member Schmidt as our mover, our first, and so we'd need a second.
Can I second with a couple of amendments? One is that we continue this opening of certain aspects of the education component to the city, and that that the playground be open when not in usage or not during the operating hours of the co-op.
Okay, so I did hear that the playground to be open even during non-co-op hours. Was there an additional amendment, Mayor Combs, to that?
And the citywide education that Teacher Christie has spoken about.
If I understood that correctly, you're saying that the parent education program that's put on by the co-op be made available to members outside the co-op, parents outside of the co-op, or adults outside of the co-op.
Yeah. As I say that though, I don't, Vice Mayor Nash, is that something that should be in a lease, that sort of obligation that's like separate from the actual, like obviously having the playground open, that's actual runs with the property. And so, but do you have any heartburn or concerns about a certain like requirement like that being a part of a lease agreement? I also don't know exactly how we enforce that, but I think I actually would remove that as and just with the that it returns to like the pre-COVID operation of like that the playground is open when the co-op is not operating, and again, given all that we've heard about the community, I know that like they would look forward to the opportunity to sharing more with the wider city, but not making it a part of any contract. Okay, so there was a first and a second.
Yeah, so the first by City Council Member Schmidt and a second by Mayor Combs to authorize the city manager to execute a lease agreement for the city property at 802 Middle Avenue between the city of Menlo Park and tenant Menlo Atherton Cooperative Nursery School for a term of 10 years at $1 per year using an updated lease format and to include the playground open during co-op's closed hours. Any further city council question or discussion or anything additional needed by staff?
City Clerk Karen, can we just confirm that the maker of the motion accepts that amendment?
I'm sorry about that. Do you accept my?
Yes, I do. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so with that, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes with Vice Mayor Nash dissenting and City Council Member Taylor absent. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Now you can all go make your bedtimes. With that, we'll move on to the study session portion of the meeting. Study sessions are an opportunity for the city to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the city council in the near future. City staff will provide a presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the city council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The city council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The city council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to the city council for action. The first study session is G1, provide direction on design and improvements for public plaza closed portion of Santa Cruz Avenue along the 600 block. Here to introduce the item is Assistant City Manager Steven Stolte.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. So I will set the stage a little bit before passing it off to our guest presenter. So we formed an interdepartmental team, and we also partnered with M Group to generate ideas for the use of the public space. based on the overall size of the space and different design elements that are used in other public spaces across the country and even around the world. As well as incorporating design features that we've heard are of value to the community so far. I do want to emphasize we are at the very start of this visioning process. There are design components that are really not fully detailed yet, and we need to be really careful about our consideration of those elements with our team. For example, we want to especially ensure safety and have already been in contact with the Menlo Park Fire Protection District about safety needs. We may want to consider design strategies that accommodate future access to the closed vehicle lane, for example, in case Menlo Fire needed to use it for projects in the future. Additionally, any improvements would require city investment. We have identified about $475,000 in the CIP in the downtown public streetscape project that could be used for this type of project. In terms of process, though, we would really need to think through how to put a project like this out to bid, the phasing, and different aspects like that of actual construction and of the improvements. So M Group has put together one illustrative design. You'll see it in the presentation tonight. It's really just illustrative and to allow for discussion. We are not proposing this design or the exact placement of the different design elements, but it's our starting point. The types of imagery that you'll see we could adapt for public outreach, and that could be our next phase in this project for both in-person outreach on-site and pop-up outreach downtown, plus digital outreach, really to gauge community interest in different design elements. And that would help us bring back a more refined design for the City Council consideration. So at the end of the presentation, we'll really be looking for direction in 3 areas. Are we headed in the right direction with this project? Are there design concepts that you would like to discuss further tonight? And then if there's any feedback on our public outreach strategy. So with that, I will pass it over to Tom Ford. He's a principal with M Group. He has a specialty in urban design, and they've been helping us envision possibilities for the public plaza.
Thank you, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. So I'm going to give a little presentation tonight, as Stephen said, just to kind of talk about how some of these ideas might flesh out. It's a very brief presentation, but it's broken into basically 3 parts. First, I'm going to talk a little bit about goals, design goals, and I think those are drawn on city values, maybe council goals, general plan goals, things like that. Then we can talk about program, like, well, what can you do there? What would happen? And then the third piece will be talking about design elements, and that's when you kind of take the goals, take the program, and use design to figure out how to make the place more vital and flesh it out. So next. So this is a map created by city staff that looks at what it looks like now. Well, almost now. There's still a little bit of a remnant eatery in front of Walgreens, but that'll go away. And then city staff actually asked us also to just kind of get a ballpark figure of how much space is there. So the larger space is approximately 2,500 square feet, and then connected to it is that smaller space that wraps between the bike lane and the eateries, and that's about 1,200 square feet. Next. So what are some of these goals? Obviously, safety. Excuse me. Boy, I put on my glasses and it still doesn't work. Safety, creative, artistic design. I think the most important one is the second to the last, increased activation. So you have all this space. What can you do to actually make it vital and make it look like a place people want to be? Because the key to activation is not only is it active, but people want to make it active. So you want to find reasons. So right now out there, you see some picnic tables and places for people to eat. I've been there just recently, so I haven't been there while school's open, but as I understand it anecdotally, there's a lot of activity in the afternoon outside Starbucks. So there's a lot of, a certain middle school age group, enjoying themselves together, having drinks and things like that, and creating waste and recycled. So all of these issues come together. So let's go to the next slide and talk about program. What are some of the things that you could do in there, do in that space? And I think this is, if you go back to my first slide where you see that there's sort of a larger rectangular space and then there's this smaller one, and that's more problematic. Not only is it right next to where people are going to be eating meals in those establishments, but it's also then against the bike lane. So some of the program ideas that we came up with to activate the public space would just be, it's just public open space. It's someplace where people can come and gather like a typical downtown plaza. There's a variety of sitting areas, and I think variety is the key word there. Choice, variety, a mixing up of things. There's eating and drinking, but beyond just eating and drinking, it would be great if there's other things that could happen. You could meet your friend there. You could have your kid with you. It's not a park in the sense that the kid is going to play on a swing set or a slide, but the kid that's with you, your child, still needs to have an active space, be imaginatively engaged with the place that you're at. There could be live music, and there could just be sitting and watching people. Next. So the last few slides I have here talk about some of the design elements. I think chairs are really important. I went to architecture school about 30 years ago. I focused mostly on urban design though. And one of the professors exposed us to this guy, a sociologist in New York, William White, W-H-Y-T-E. You can still find him on Google or his YouTube videos. And what he did as a sociologist, really interested in urban space, is he went to places in Manhattan, and without people knowing it, he was filming them. And so even when I went to school 30 years ago, these films were old and scratchy, but in color, they were from the 70s. And he really he discovered one thing that's still with me 30 years later. If you have a space and you have a chair and you allow a person just to move the chair just a little bit, it's an enormous step towards making the place more like they own it. It's their place. It's someplace they want to be. And he has films that show the places where the chairs are bolted down, nobody goes there. The places where somebody can pick up a chair, hey, Ralph, come talk to me, and he's there. Those are the kind of places. So chairs are really important. Right now, you have picnic table benches and things like that out there. Those aren't easily moved. And I think what you want to do is have some component where people can feel like they can take ownership of the place. Next. Clearly, protective barricades, which you already have in many places on Santa Cruz Avenue. These that we're looking at are just a couple blocks over, and they actually have plants. Plants in the block that we're talking about, 600, are a little bit different, a little bit harder because there's no irrigation. So we'd have to really think about that as a design element. If you're going to put a protective barricade, what's on it? What's in it? If it's going to be a plant, who's going to water it? How does that get taken care of? Next. So here's again some other different kinds of seats. There's a bench. I mean, there's a table that you probably couldn't move very easily, but again, you have movable chairs. People can sit, they can move a chair. I'm going to sit on the end and talk to you in an L shape. You know, you have a little flexibility. You have other kinds of tables and chairs, different materials that make those chairs. Next. Benches. And here you have wooden benches that are shaped to the space, but they also can help frame the space. So for instance, you could put one of these in the street, but against the sidewalk to keep people from accidentally stepping off a curb and injuring themselves. You also already have a precedent, I think, across the street in front of the Chase Bank. There's some they look like they're cast in place concrete benches that are pretty handsome, and you have that kind of an example. Clearly, you're not going to move that, but it's something that you could do, and it also has an implication for how long it's going to be there, especially if you want to be able to pick this up and move it if you decide that you want to take and remove it, you want to think about what kind of permanency is in the furniture. Next. Sales, light sales for shade sales for creating shade, and also just the fabric moves in the wind. So even something as little as, you know, a colored fabric that moves, it's just like having a light that's like kind of pulsing, and it just creates more movement and shadow and activity above and around the space. Next. So if you've already seen the whole slideshow, you know at the end we use this mural idea in a conceptual you know, concept plan that we provide. The mural on the asphalt. It's sort of an inexpensive way to make the space perhaps more vibrant than just the asphalt street, without going to the commitment of, you know, trying to figure out how to make the whole street level with the sidewalk and still deal with drainage. It's an attractive but not as costly potential solution. I don't know if you know the space over, I think it's San Pedro Square in San Jose. They have a space just like this. It's between a long row of restaurants and the parking garage. And I was just there about 4 months ago that we were just coming out of winter, and they were just repainting. The day I was there, they were repainting their mural, if you want to call it that, the floor mural. And because it was already down, it was really easy. So you could see these guys, they'd tape off a place, and they just kind of came through, and they just, with rollers, put the same color, because they had about 8 different buckets of paint, and they could just reestablish it pretty quickly. And they just taped it off. And then once it was dry, reopened it. But it was, like I said, it was late winter, so it wasn't an active time, and it was a weekday. Next. This goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's not going to be a place where your kid is going to be, you know, on a swing set or going down a slide on a merry-go-round, but still there are ways to activate a space that engages with your child's imagination. So that if you're there, you know, having a coffee with a friend and you bring your child still has something, you know, that engages them and is exciting for them. And on the right is just a utility box. I think that's in Campbell, a utility box that I think through a competition program, they paint and decorate the outside of their utility boxes. Next. So here's just ways for gating off or fencing off, if you will, the bike lane from the public space, so that you can eliminate the conflict between the bicyclists and the people that are just in the plaza. So here on the top, obviously, is from Santa Cruz Avenue, a photo we took, and it's right there with your precast concrete or cast in place concrete planter, and then some metal framework down below. And those images, those materials could be taken together to create a gateway into the space, and a way of marking it, and a way of just sort of branding it as your downtown plaza. And next, this is the last design image, and then I'll talk a little bit about our concept plan. I think anecdotally, I heard from, I think it was a restaurant owner when I was out there once, and he was talking about how, again, that afternoon middle school crowd at Starbucks creates a lot of trash, and you probably don't have enough trash cans in that block right now, especially if you're going to want to encourage people to come there, not only buy things from the existing merchants, but maybe bring a lunch from some down the street and bring it there. So I think how the trash cans look, how the recycling cans look, and there's lots of ways that they can be themed, if you will, to the brand that is established for the place. And you still deal with that in a nice way. It also brings up another issue, though: who's going to empty the trash? Because there's probably, it may not be on this, it may need to be picked up on a different schedule than the service that's going through there right now might ordinarily be using. So the next slide. Before I talk too much about this, I'm sorry it's so small. I was reading in yesterday's, I think it was the Daily Post. Great, it was great to get press, if you will, talking about this idea. But I noticed the woman who was writing it, she kept saying, there will be a stage, there will be lights. And I think we want to, the drawing shows that, but we're not saying this is how you have to do it. This is just a concept. And I think there's a bunch of different ideas that you could bring into place based on my previous slides and make it happen here. So let's just talk a little bit about it. We show the eateries down there to the east, starting at Left Bank next to Doyle Street. And then outside the eateries, before you get to the sort of the green tinted bike lane, there's that sort of odd space. It's not as wide as the other space, so you have to start thinking, well, how can it be used? How can it be not used? Because you don't want it to be not used. And then work to the east of to the west of that, and you start to get into places where some of those program elements that I spoke of could be designed in the right way to happen. And you might not want things that create noise to be right next to the diners, but we just showed it as an opportunity to put something there. They're hard to see, but in the bottom right and the bottom left, we have a little gold band called the gateway, like you would step off the sidewalk, or more appropriately, there'd be an ADA accessible way of getting from the sidewalk level down to the street level. And there's one there and one at the left. And then we've also shown, which would probably be a little bit more expensive, a crosswalk that would require you to break through the center median, but it's a crosswalk connecting from the alignment that leads to the parking plaza behind Chase, and then comes across and almost hits on the alignment Walgreens. So you could enter the space here. You'd have to cross the bike lane, and then you'd go through the gateway area, and you'd be in the plaza. But the little black dots, those are indicative of the lights. And so there's a lot of different things. To the far left in front of starting to get towards Starbucks, you can see some picnic tables as you have right now. You can see the bike space that you have right now has been expanded. And I think that's one thing you're going to want to think about, is this is an opportunity to have organized bike parking. Maybe that's the thing that goes down in the smaller space by the eateries, is you can start to have more opportunities for that. So if you can imagine standing maybe just in front of the sailcloth that's in front of Walgreens and looking towards Starbucks, looking west, this next slide is a cross section. So the outdoor restaurants are behind the viewer, and you're looking and you can see that there is that crosswalk through the median. It assumes that there's, the budget enough to do something like that, tear up a couple curbs and create a walkway across that's ADA accessible. You see the sailcloths, you can see the lights overhead. And the guy who drew this in our office, I asked him like 3 or 4 times, are you sure those trees are big enough? They felt like they were bigger. And he measured them. So you have all that canopy, and that's all to scale. So, but it's just conceptual. But still, you have a lot of nice natural opportunities for shade. The sailcloths could build into that a little bit more. But between the sidewalk street trees and the median trees, there's a lot of just really great landscaping to play off of. And I think I'll just leave it at that, because I wanted to give you guys a chance to be able to talk. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Were you going to add anything? Okay. Clerk Herring, let's call for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our study session item G1, provide direction on design and improvements for public plaza enclosed portion of Santa Cruz Avenue along the 600 block. If you are in person, please complete a speaker card, return that to me here at the clerk's desk. Participating virtually, engaging that hand feature. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Okay, it looks like we are currently at 4 speakers, so this will be the final call for public comment on our study session item G1 related to the closed portion of Santa Cruz along the 600 block. Okay, so I guess we are at 4 speakers, and our first speaker will be Radmila Popovich.
Good evening, council members. My name is Radmila Popovich. I live in District 3 in Menlo Park. I'd like to commend the city's initiative to develop a public plaza space meant to bring our community together. I urge you to ensure that accessibility and inclusion are guiding principles from the earliest planning stages through to long-term maintenance. Accessibility is not simply about meeting legal requirements, it's about creating a space that works for everyone, people with disabilities, older adults, families with strollers, and community members navigating short-term injuries and disabilities. An accessible plaza should reflect the full diversity of our city, and it sends a powerful message that everyone belongs here. This means going beyond just basic ADA compliance by incorporating features like accessible signage, maybe a quiet zone, and seating that supports a wide range of physical and sensory needs. For more context, I work with our students with disabilities in Menlo Park School District, so I'll take freedom to speak for them. I wish this council reaches out to our disabled community, and if any trouble engaging them, well, I'm here to speak, at least for my students. Thank you for your time and for your service.
And our next speaker will be Engage Schleitz, followed by Virginia Chang Corrali. Okay, so we will go to Virginia Chang Crowley and then Jenny Michelle, and then we'll turn to our in-person speakers. Virginia, you should be able to engage your microphone at this time.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Combs and council members. I'm sorry I can't be with y'all tonight, but I'm in Austin now for a family emergency. Nevertheless, I thought it was important for me to voice my thoughts as the council embarks on this design phase that safety in that area of Santa Cruz Avenue is at the forefront of your minds. As an elected fire board member and the Menlo Park Fire Board liaison to the city of Menlo Park, my main concern for any development is safety for children, residents, visitors, business owners, and property owners. The fire district takes our mission, protecting life and property, very seriously, and we would like the council to recognize the importance of access to properties and adequate water supply for current properties and future developments as safety measures for our community. On behalf of the Fire Board, I thank staff for including the Fire District's safety concerns as this design process progresses. I also thank you, the council members, for working with the Fire District to ensure that our community is safe. Now I'd like to introduce our new Fire Marshal, Gage Schleiss. Gage comes from the city of San Bruno, and he has extensive experience in fire protection and fire prevention. And he is your staff and your go-to person for the fire district. And he just brings a wealth of experience, and we're very glad that he's with us. And I think he has a few things to say as well. Thank you.
We want the fire marshal. I know your plan was
we'll go to Gage now.
Okay, yeah, you can come.
Yeah, please come right up, Gage. Thanks.
Good evening, everybody. Sorry, I'm very tall. Well, nice to meet you all. My name is Gage Schleiss. I am the new fire marshal for the Menlo Park Fire Protection District. and I'm the new guy, so I'm here to say hello to everybody. I'm sure I'll work with you guys for a lot more in the future. Like Virginia said, I've been a fire marshal for 8 years, coming from a previous jurisdiction, and now I'm the Menlo Park fire marshal. As I want to mention, I want to look forward to working with this. I've reached out with city staff. City staff's reached out to me about this project, and I'm actually really looking forward to coming up with a design that is both safe and also, for lack of a better word, what you guys want the vision for your downtown street to be. But like the design element said, number one aspect of any design is safety. I come from a vast knowledge of code knowledge. I sometimes looked at as the bad guy because sometimes you can't do certain things because it's just not safe, right? But what I want to do is work with staff with what we have up on the screen and what we've seen so far, and come up with a very unique and good design that's safe for both pedestrians and bicyclists. I just wanted to repeat what Virginia said, that all codes and standards will be met, and like for my job is just to make sure public safety is number one. But thank you so much for letting me speak, and I really look forward to meeting all you in the future and with all our new projects. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to Menlo Park.
Our next speaker will be Jenny Michelle.
Dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, honorable staff, I'm Jenny Michelle, resident in District 3. Welcome, Gage. That's exciting. Personal comments. As many of you know, we currently live on Willow Road. In a few weeks, our son starts Hillview with a 2.5-mile commute in each direction. His path of travel is directly through downtown. Although he loves all things public transit and the Samtrans number 82 bus, there will be days where he elects to ride his bike. We know that he could be subject to the pedestrian pulverizing power of motor vehicles, and therefore we're super thrilled to see this item on tonight's agenda and support the revitalization of downtown as a city priority. Regarding the design elements, because of my disability, the more places to sit, the better. I'm sensitive to direct sunlight, and so the sage shales are a must. I don't know what kind of impact they'll have when it rains, but that would be another added benefit for activating the space. Overhead string lights definitely add to the ambient feel of this space, as demonstrated at Town and Country in Palo Alto and at Sanford Shopping Center. We love all things murals, art, paintings, and color. In watching Redwood City and San Jose come alive with their installations, we have an opportunity to highlight our local artists and maybe even add a space for kids to make their art pieces as they walk by, like a socially acceptable form of tagging or graffiti art. The public play art is interesting and can also be found at the rooftop garden on the 3rd floor of the new Stanford Hospital at 500P or 500 Pasteur. It is used and engaged with constantly, to my surprise. It is fun, and not just parents join in, but also the staff that works there. In addition, I totally support more bike racks. That's a feedback that I gave in the park survey. And just long story short, the concept plan is attractive, and we totally support moving forward with this type of direction. Thank you for your consideration. Jenny from the block.
Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Heron. So bringing it back to the dais, again, this is a study session for City Council to provide sort of general direction, feedback, and I'll open it up to my colleagues. Or I'm sorry, I just by default, I'm sorry. I really am. I'm gonna start looking at
Thank you. So thank you so much for this. This is so exciting. I'll just start with some general thoughts. I love the idea of the painted ground art. We've received a public comment about how it can also, there was a study, I guess, about how it can also be helpful for safety. So I think that would be something wonderful to see, to not only, yes, support our local artists, but also help improve the safety of the space. I did appreciate, I love the idea of doing, public play or art objects for kiddos. I don't think you said this. I want to make that clear, but I just want to make sure I don't necessarily think like, like a play structure or something that they could climb on would be appropriate, only because like the ground is not soft there. And I would worry about like, even if bikes are just going by, I would worry about children like falling or anything like that. So maybe just something, more where we could keep feet on the ground. It would make me more comfortable. And then, yes, I just want to make sure for the public outreach plan, we are very intentional about that. Please let me know how I can help in any way. And to a public commenter's point, how we can best engage, obviously, the broader community, but yes, the disabled folks in our community to make sure that they feel welcome and the space is accommodating to them. Thank you.
So I'll now chime in with some of my own feedback. I think this is really nice. I still don't know if I quite see like how that little stub or peninsula or whatever you would call it, how that's actually going to be activated. And so I really do think that that'll be the challenge with this project of is there a way to actually make some valuable usage of that portion of this space. And obviously, and I imagine the the restaurants will have some opinion on specifically how that space gets used, given that it's sort of right behind their or right next to their outdoor dining. I really do like the idea of the crosswalk that aligns with the breezeway. That I thought was really cool and not something I would have thought of. And obviously, you'd have to break up that median, but I think it'd be really a nice way to sort of really formalize the space or make it like an actual real space, like in some way. It's really interesting that you mentioned the for the street painting, you recently being in downtown San Jose, and that they were repainting it. And so I'm not a fan of murals on the street, because it's always the case that in a few months they look very worn, and there's chips and so they look very nice like the first couple of weeks, but unless you are like really actively out there kind of touching them up on a really regular basis, I think that they really very quickly make a place look worn down. That's my own opinion. So but I do agree with and support the idea of again finding some way to not just exclusively rely on the asphalt there. I don't know like what you do in the same way. I think, and again, there may be support for the street art, and so that could be fine. But I think something like that will also be a challenge, as is like I say that additional space there. Other than that, I do like the shades. I do like the sort of string cafe lighting idea. I think those are all great ideas. But again, that would, though, that compels me to say that, like, again, one of the things we should be thinking of is like what does upkeep look like, right? And I think we should tend to look for those things where the upkeep is minimal. Because like I said, you could quickly, or else the city committing to like an upkeep, like, right? But if those things aren't there, if you choose a lot of design options that require regular upkeep, and the city doesn't commit to that upkeep, then like I said, very quickly, a place that you are proud of is a place that looks worn. And again, as you've seen, younger people in our community make active use of this space, and younger people can be quite hard on things. And so I think that those are all things that we should be mindful of. But overall, like I said, I think it's really really nice and exciting to think of all the things we can do to, again, like I say, really make this something that everyone in the community is proud of. So.
Yeah, I actually agree with a lot of the comments. I think to the three responses, it definitely feels like it's headed in the right direction. So, regardless of what we choose, to me, that feels really positive. I tend to agree with the street murals. They're fantastic the first 3 months, and then wear and tear. I mean, one option is wall murals. I mean, that depending on how that plays out, but that might be one thing. So I had a couple of other quick suggestions, and then one specific one on outreach. Definitely around the comment around accessibility. I think it's important not just to think about accessibility to get on and off of a space, but as somebody's interacting in that space and there's an event going on and there's other things, I think it's important just to think about when things are happening and it's activated. If people can't get to that, it doesn't feel very inclusive. So just as you're thinking about inclusive design and accessible design, think about it not just as an ADA compliant getting on and off ramps and things like that, but how are people going to feel when there's a lot of folks gathered in a space, and how do they navigate that? One thing that I just want to put out there as an idea, I love the gorilla because it brought me back to when I lived in Switzerland. And I agree with Councilmember Wise about, like, a play structure doesn't feel great. It's cement and there's just too many hazards with that. But in Switzerland, they had this campaign that I'd love for city staff to maybe do a tiny bit of research, where they did cows. And they were these white cows. The gorilla reminded me of that. And they brought in local artists who decorated the cows. And then they put them all over the country in these crazy places. And it was a tourism thing for years. And so I'd love to see something like that, where I'm not saying cows, but it could be animals, it could be whatever we creatively come up with. We invite public artists in the Bay Area to participate in this. We scatter them across downtown. We could put them in other parts of the city. I don't think the investment was huge, but it really got a lot of play for years. And you'd go out in the country and you'd see a cow like 4 years later and go, oh yeah, that's part of that public art project. So I'd love to merge the idea of public art, tourism, and combining it with fun children elements all in that space, but potentially put it down Santa Cruz Avenue and other parts of the city. So just maybe play with that idea a little bit. And then the last thing I'll say on outreach, I know you're already thinking about it, but just as a way to kind of get it on the record, I would want to make sure we're coordinating with the businesses, the guilds, the hotels, I know we will, but like, to me, that feels like a baseline. But there's also groups of citizens who are actively trying to work on some revitalization ideas. So I would want them to be part of a kind of a come together group. I'd love for us to work with the Youth Advisory Council as part of that. It feels like a good project for them to be involved. The school districts, and including accessibility, but just, I think there's interest in the school districts and wanting to participate, and then the fire district as well. So I hope we have a kind of a come together group that can provide a lot of input into this as well, particularly around activation. The last thing I'll say is I love the idea of finding somebody who can help us activate that in new ways that might be beyond the city's capability. So anyway, lots of quick comments there, but hopefully useful.
I agree with almost all the comments that have been made. I guess I was really excited to see this. And the one comment that I am concerned, is I love the painting on the asphalt. And although I am concerned about the upkeep, but I thought it looks fabulous and it really made the whole area vibrant, which is what we're trying to do downtown. The shade sails, the lights are great, as people have been saying. I'm concerned about using wood because of splinters, it deteriorates, and also people can deface it by carving it. So I would tend to stay away from wood, although I love it, but I just think for a public plaza, that might not be the best choice. We had a comment from the Cheeky Monkey Toys about that, with concerns about the safety of the dedicated children's play area, which it really resonated with me when, and I think the idea, they suggested something like being able to put hopscotch down or doing some sort of games, which seemed like a wonderful idea to me. I also was sent a video that talks about a public plaza as a community living room and sort of what sorts of things do people want to do when they get, when they socialize. And like they were talking about rotating like Jenga games and outdoor fireplaces. I don't know how much we want to do this, but outdoor fireplaces, they would had socialize, just things that you would socialize around and things that people would naturally do, having a movie there sometimes. So there's lots, I was really excited to see this, what we could do in this area and really make it something where the city can be super proud of this and it attracts people. And then I would like to see an attempt to have bike parking at both ends, both at Doyle and as well at Curtis. And actually, when I was mentioning this to the city manager, he mentioned maybe we can free up a parking space that way on Doyle, which would be terrific as well. That would be a great benefit. And then I want to make sure that we are doing something that really we can be proud of, that's really, we don't do it halfway. We really come up with an area that we all can be proud of, will use, and really will attract people. This is the first time we're doing something like this in Menlo Park, and we need to do we should do it right. I love the, oh, and I love the mid-block crosswalk. The one concern would be just making sure that it's people can get across the bike lane safely. And how does that interaction work? And then as far as the outreach, I love the outreach, sounds great. Just how do we do enough outreach without overdoing it so that we, it would be good to actually get something at least as an interim down soon. And maybe we do this in phases or something, but just so we can actually get people excited about it and get started. And then I also wanted to mention, perhaps if need be, I'm hoping that we don't have to go over what we have as the budget, but we also do have the downtown amenity fund if we need to pull a little bit more money in. That seems like this would be, to me, a very good use of that money. So thank you. It's really exciting. Can't wait to see what happens.
So coming back to the children's area, looking at it, so if we do decide to go with like a children's play area and a stage, might it make sense to like switch them where you have them on the diagram? Just because I'm thinking perhaps like there's something we can do to partner with the restaurants if they want to use the stage for like live music for their patrons, and also just for the children's play area. I'm thinking, I don't know if like everyone would want a children's play area next to when they're eating and dining out. So that's just something I thought of. And then more for staff, I don't know if this is the appropriate time to raise it, but I thought about it, so I just wanted to make sure. At a previous meeting, the mayor mentioned at the beginning of downtown, like having a sign that says no through access to the El Camino. I think that's just something I think it's a great idea. So I just wanted to mention it.
Just one more small thing to add too. I think, not saying this to be controversial, it's just something I'd love to, I think the vice mayor sort of spurred the thought is, to me, a lot of this is going to be about activation. It's about movies. I love the movie idea. Movies, music, whatever it is. I would ask us to explore, again, not trying to be controversial. This is a limited space. So if we did movies and we did a certain time of the day, then could we use temporarily use more of the street, or music, use more of the street, or farmer's market, use more of the street? And I mean, I see the reaction, but I can predict some resistance to that, but I'm only asking it as an exploratory question, as opposed to feeling super strong that we're going to claim the whole street to do something. It's not the intent. But if we're doing a movie at 7 p.m., there's not much going on in downtown Menlo Park at 7 p.m. So anyway, that in the spirit of how I'm offering that, I just hope we could maybe explore some of that for specific activations. Thanks.
For you. It's really interesting because I'm maybe looking at this differently than everyone, but I thought part of what we saw with this space was that it was sort of, kind of naturally, the space was blocked off and being used as a gathering spot. And so that part of the thing that we were trying to do was provide a little bit more of a better environment for that sort of natural engagement among members of the community. And so I didn't necessarily see this as another thing that another space in the city where community services would be saying, okay, this is a thing we have to program now, and we have to do a certain rotation and so that's how I would, and if we're going to do something like, movies, right, wouldn't we just do Fremont Park at the other end of downtown? Would it make sense to put it here? I mean, I don't know. So that's just how I was seeing it. And I guess, again, like I say, I think to the vice mayor's point, that it looks nice and something we're all proud of. I think we're going to get there. But I would see it as something more of a I do like the idea of the stage, but that this would be something where people would just naturally, come together, and it wouldn't be that there was something that the government was doing to specifically bring them together, other than providing the space. Those are just my general thoughts on that. So.
I just wanted to emphasize, I think this stage is a great idea. And I guess it's really the engagement with the restaurants, all of that, to figure out where we put all the different pieces. Because, yeah. And if we do have a children's play area under the shade.
Okay. Any other direction? Again, this is a study session, so no actual item. Was there some direction maybe you were looking for that you didn't get, or was it something you thought we might cover that we may have missed?
I think we're in a good spot right now. Next steps, we would start designing our public outreach strategy and launch that sometime in August at with school coming back into session, and then we would plan to come back to council after that.
Yeah.
What is the thought as far as the curbs versus the street? Are we thinking at all of using concrete over? What is is there any thought about the transition, especially in light of two of our commenters with the disabilities? I think that's super important.
We talked about that extensively when we got together on the site. I don't think we're proposing a specific solution right now, but we are trying to address the curb and the actual the grade in the street being uneven. So that's another thing we'd want to address.
Is when, and just sort of, because when I was looking through this and I saw like the street and that we were keeping the asphalt, and then I was thinking, well, like, because to your point about making it level, like what are the ways you can make it level without just concrete? And is there anything, not to put you on the spot, but because I was actually looking for options where people maybe even used like sort of wood planks or something like that to sort of level it off. And certainly you see that with the smaller sort of outdoor areas. I didn't see an example, maybe they exist where like the whole street had been sort of leveled off with wood, creating, but it would seem like your options are limited there if we're talking about leveling out that space.
So we don't have it fully figured out
Yeah,
just yet. But yeah, one option that we had seen was modular equipment that could be installed, and it is like decking, almost for like a parklet design. I'm not sure that's the right solution here. We're still talking through that one. But that was a big concern. That was a big safety concern for us, is just addressing that at a base level. So we can come back with more options on that.
There is a way to do it. Our firm did the parklet design guidelines for the city of Redwood City. And I think I've seen clips of it in previous staff reports. So I think you guys have at least seen it. So there, what we did was we made sure, because every road is going to have a different kind of crown. So the thing that guides the whole or drives the whole thing is what's the height at the curb. And you have to make sure that the storm drain still works. So it can't block off the gutter, and you just come up flush with the sidewalk, and then you customize your design to go out and meet the crown. And so that's how we did it there, or that's how we did the guidelines, and that's how they would be constructed. The other thing we did in Redwood City is we worked really closely with the fire department, because there were some outrigger concerns. So interviewing those people early is handy, because they tell you how they have to service those buildings at that block and what kind of equipment they need. And in Redwood City, they're right in front of the movie theater, there's an underground garage. The outrigger cannot go on top of the garage. So there's all kinds of things that all of the various service providers are going to bring to the table. That's just 2 points.
Thank you. If that's everything from council, then again, thank you for this initial effort, a very quick turnaround to provide to get some direction and guidance from council. Cool.
Thank you.
So with that, we'll move on to the final study session, G2. Provide direction on potential options for local amendments to the California Building Standards Code. Here to introduce the item is Management Analyst Ori Paz and Sustainability Manager Rachel Launder.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Combs, City Council, and members of the community. My name is Ori Paz. I'm with the Sustainability team, and I'm joined this evening by Sustainability Manager Rachel Launder, Ron LaFrance, retired annuitant serving as the Assistant Community Development Director. And this evening, we'll be presenting options to promote electrification through local amendments to Cal Green, the green building standards included in the California Building Standards Code, Title 12 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code. So we'll start by sharing some of the background on the importance of electrification, the California Building Standards Code, and the local amendment process. We'll then discuss the timing considerations and unique elements driving the urgency of this code cycle, walk through our process thus far, and then move into a review of the recommendation from staff. Following that, we'll take a look at the next steps, and then we'll turn it back to the council for discussion. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sustainability Manager Launder to get us started.
Thank you. All right, I will start off with some background here.
The California Building Standard Code regulates the construction of any building or structure in the state. Historically, the state adopts a new code every 3 years, and cities have been able to adopt local amendments based on their topographic, geologic, or climatic conditions. The 2025 code has already been developed, and it will come into effect January 1, 2026. This includes the Energy Code and the Green Building Code, also known as Cal Green, both of which can be amended at any point during the code cycle. Cal Green covers broad sustainability requirements for buildings, addressing water efficiency, waste reduction, and indoor air quality. The Energy Code is a bit narrower in scope, focusing specifically on energy efficiency and conservation in our buildings. Amending the Energy Code requires the California Energy Commission approval at a public business meeting and the California Building Standard Commission's approval. Amending Cal Green just requires the California Building Standards Commission approval, which is an administrative process that can take up to 45 days. The city has had a history of leadership in this area and has prioritized advancing the community goals in our climate action plan and in our environmental justice element to improve indoor air quality and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Most recently, the city adopted local amendments for electric readiness in January and discussed preparing additional local amendments to present as part of the 2025 code cycle adoption, which will happen in October of this year. However, the city's ability to amend the state code is changing. The state adopted Assembly Bill 130, which you may have heard as Assembly Bill 306, on June 30th as a trailer bill to the state's budget. With a few exceptions, the law restricts local jurisdictions from adopting new amendments to the code that affect residential buildings for 2 code cycles, or 6 years. Any local amendments which are substantially equivalent to amendments previously filed by and in effect by September 30th, 2025, can be readopted with the 2025 code cycle and the 2028 code cycle. Any local amendment that is not currently in the books would need to be introduced and adopted by the end of August this year to leave sufficient time for the California Building Standards Commission to approve by September 30th. That means this narrow window we have is our opportunity to adopt any amendments before this rule comes into effect. And anything we adopt would be effective for the 2022 code cycle, and we could choose to re-adopt for 2025 and 2028. So if the City Council would like to move forward with local amendments to the Cal Green to encourage building electrification and make progress towards our climate goals, the local amendment would need to come back to introduction and adoption in August to meet these deadlines. It will not be feasible to move forward with local amendments that require energy efficiency enhancements, as those must be made under the Energy Code, which requires that extra step of the California Energy Commission, or CEC, approval at a public business meeting. So looking at our process to date, following the City Council's direction from January, staff began evaluating code options to encourage electrification by joining workshops and webinars hosted by Peninsula Clean Energy, the county's official electricity provider. The options were reviewed across city teams, and a refined list was presented for community feedback at 2 public bilingual workshops in May. One held in person at the Bellhaven Community Campus, and the other hosted virtually with both the recording in English and Spanish posted online. Staff then presented at the EQC in May, and here we are at tonight, where staff's recommendation considers the feasibility of developing and receiving state approval for local amendments by September 30th. Tonight's recommended options include requiring the installation of a heat pump when replacing air conditioner or installing a cooling system, and expanding the pre-wiring requirements for residential buildings that were adopted in January. We focused on existing buildings as the regionally developed model codes are not yet available for other building types, and there are complexities that cannot be addressed in our, frankly, compressed timeframe. Additionally, these 2 options can be local amendments to Cal Green, which do not require CEC approval. While we were super energized by the FlexPath option, which you saw in the staff report, and we won't dive too much into detail in our presentation, we're not recommending it at this time due to the time constraints of AB 130, which has been a really fast-moving bill. But finally, we have clarity on it and don't believe that we can meet the deadlines that's established. Since the FlexPath would be an amendment to the Energy Code,
We know this would be a multi-month process engaging with the CEC and then the California Building Standards Commission. And so I'll now hand it back over to Management Analyst Ori Paz, who will provide some additional information about each of our recommended options.
Thank you, Rachel. We'll begin with option A, which is the air conditioner AC to heat pump. This essentially requires that a heat pump is installed when new cooling is proposed. And in addition to being as or more efficient at cooling, heat pumps also provide heating, which could enable someone to use a single piece of equipment for both heating and cooling. And there's efficiencies there. But this requirement would not require the removal of any gas heating equipment. As presented in the agenda packet, the model codes included an option, the model codes provided by TRC included an option to allow for traditional one-way air conditioners to be installed if additional energy efficiency measures were included. These would require that CEC approval that Rachel mentioned. And so staff are now recommending streamlining this option to simply require heat pump installation and then include an exception process for projects where that installation would present a financial hardship. This change from what was included in the staff report would eliminate that additional step of CEC approval, giving us a better chance of meeting the AB 130 deadlines. Next, we'll take a closer look at option B, which is the pre-wiring and electric readiness update. So this option would build on the existing requirements related to panel sizing. And then the updated recommendation from staff focuses on providing new circuits for future electric appliances in areas where the project scope already includes electrical or other work. And this aligns well with the model codes provided by TRC. Staff did recommend a change from the model codes to simplify implementation, and that would be accomplished by removing the requirement to evaluate load management when panel upgrades are proposed. There are already options available within the code that allow that, and instead of including it in the code, we could use our time and effort to provide additional information to builders to promote this technology to reduce the number of unnecessary panel upgrades. For any of these options, the sustainability and building teams, including permit technicians, plan checkers, and inspectors would need to work closely together to refine the triggers and requirements for the code. The table before you lays out the recommended local building code amendments that we evaluated, and we can use this as a reference point for the discussion later on. You'll see there's some additional columns here with additional data analysis. So TRC provided a review of city permit data against the model code triggers to estimate the number of expected projects that would be affected by the new requirements in a given year. And then PCE, in partnership with Rincon Consultants, calculated the greenhouse gas reduction impact for each of these local amendments, again, based on that estimated number of affected projects. We included, similar to the staff report, the information about the expected effort needed to develop and implement the options recommended by staff. And to reiterate, that's based on feasibility under this compressed AB 130 timeline. So there's a lot on this slide, but we'll walk you through it. So beginning tonight, if directed, staff would then move into a rapid code development to return to City Council to adopt the amendments ahead of the AB 130 deadline. And this process flow reflects the key milestones of that highly accelerated timeline to bring back an ordinance to adopt the local amendments. We've identified the City Council meetings in orange. The ordinance requires 2 public meetings plus 30 days. And then after adoption by the council, staff would file the approved ordinance with the California Building Standards Commission, who then have up to 45 days to review before the local amendments become effective. And that would align with the 30-day timeline. This means that the introduction and adoption of the amendments would need to occur in August, but even that timeline would not guarantee that they'll be effective by September 30th. If they are approved by the Building Standards Commission, though, the changes would affect the 2022 California Building Standards Code and would then need to be readopted with other carry forward amendments for the 2025 building code later this year. And that's reflected in the later 2 orange boxes on the screen. For whichever option the council directs, staff would begin by conducting a thorough review of the model codes that were provided by PCE and TRC, and then identifying and refining the triggers and exceptions, and drafting all of the materials and the sections for revision within Title 12 of the Municipal Code. Given the extraordinarily tight timeline imposed by AB 130, staff would aim to release materials for public and internal review concurrently through a survey, and we would reference contact information that we have through the Acela online permit portal, and then invite the public and implementers, so the staff reviewers and our contract code plan checkers, to provide feedback ahead of the August 12th City Council meeting. The changes, one note that we wanted to flag is that the changes to the 2022 code would become effective September 30th. And so applicants would be required to follow these requirements through the end of the year. And while we will work to develop the implementation guides and web pages, the full development of those implementation materials, checklists, et cetera, would be developed ahead of the effective date of the 2025 building code, which would be January 1st of 2026. In closing, our recommendation to the City Council is to direct staff to develop AC to heat pump and electric readiness or pre-wiring local amendments to the 2022 California Building Standards Code as presented this evening. Sustainability Manager Launder, Interim Building Official / Assistant Community Director Ronald France, and myself, along with representatives from PCE and TRC consultants who are with us remotely, are available to answer any questions. And we also have the support of the City Attorney. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Miriam Sleeman from the City Attorney's Office. I work closely with the Community Development Department and regularly represent the Planning Commission. I have also worked really closely on the city's REACH codes, and I'm here for any legal questions you may have tonight on this item. Good to meet you. Hi.
Great, thank you. Clerk Heron, can we call for public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our study session, item G2, providing direction on local amendments to the California Building Standards Code. If you are in person and have not already, please feel free to submit a speaker card that can be found at that back table. If you're participating virtually, go ahead and engage that hand feature. And if you're calling in, please press *9 now. Looks like we're currently at 6 speakers. So this will be the final call for public comment on our study session item related to the California Building Standards Code. Okay, looks like we are holding at 6 speakers. And our first speaker will be John McKenna, followed by Brian Schmidt.
Okay, Honorable Mayor, council members, and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is John McKenna, and I serve on the Environmental Quality Commission, but I'm speaking as an individual. First and foremost, I want to express tremendous gratitude to the city, especially the staff, for bringing forward this opportunity and working within a condensed timeframe due to recently passed state legislation. Other cities in the Bay Area, including Sunnyvale, Los Altos Hills, and San Francisco, and across the state, such as Los Angeles, are making similar efforts. Second, I asked the council to support staff's recommendations to adopt AC to heat pump, both for residential and non-residential, and pre-wiring. And given this is very likely the city's only opportunity for many years to advance efforts to improve the health, safety, and welfare of the community by way of building codes, I asked the council to also direct staff to double check the feasibility of option C, FlexPath, and to pursue it accordingly. Understanding that staff resources are limited and time is of the essence, I asked the city to look at creative ways to temporarily reallocate efforts internally so as to not lose this opportunity. These local building code amendments will improve health by reducing indoor and outdoor air pollution, create safer and more efficient buildings by reducing the use of gas appliances, and will lower utility bills. A recent report by RMI showed that a typical home in San Mateo County will experience a reduction in energy bills by about $30 a month through electrification. These findings align with similar bill impact research conducted by Peninsula Clean Energy. Moreover, these studies indicate that income qualified customers on the CARE program will experience even greater monthly bill savings due to larger discounts on electricity rates versus gas rates. And I shouldn't look up because additionally, Peninsula Clean Energy has programs to provide technical assistance with the upfront conversion to electric equipment, as well as rebates and 0% financing to minimize and in some cases eliminate the cost. The state has also launched its equitable building decarbonization program to expand access to electric heat pumps and essential home upgrades in low-income communities that are most vulnerable to extreme weather impacts and high energy bills. This opportunity before you to adopt local amendments to the state building code will bring meaningful benefits to our community, and I urge the city to seize the opportunity while it's available, our children and future generations. Thank you, as do I.
Next speaker is Brian Schmidt, followed by Jocelyn Anaya Galvin.
Good evening, Brian Schmidt for Menlo Spark, and I want to echo the thanks to you all at the City Council and to staff for taking the step of being nimble and showing this is an important enough priority that you're here late at night addressing this and trying to get as much done as you can. So we support the staff recommendations for A and B. I wanted to address the possibility of option C, the flex path. Your presentation had a discussion of options. Under option C, it discusses the multi-month process that would be needed for the California Energy Commission and California Building Standards Commissions for that to approve a flex path. That is the time when they would do all that the flex path would become operative. That is not the time it would become effective. Effective is when it would be enacted by the City Council. As long as the City Council does the final reading of the ordinance before the last regular council meeting in September, you would meet that deadline. And the ordinance could say it comes into effect following the approval of the Energy Commission and Building Standards Commission some months later, whenever they get around to it. And then it becomes operative at that later date. So it's established legal principle. I suggest you contact or refer to the city attorney that an operative date is the date upon which the directives of the statutes may be actually implemented, whereas a statute's effective date is considered the date upon which the statute came into being as existing law. I have citations. I'd be happy to hand them over to your attorney if you'd like. So for those reasons, I think you do have the opportunity to do this. You could even potentially push options A and B back. I would suggest, since it's possible you could get it done just as a clean thing, get it all done beforehand, keep to the deadline suggested by staff. I didn't understand that the staff was making what seemed to be basically a legal argument until I saw this presentation. I have not had a chance to talk to staff about this. Just so I'm bringing this up now. And I just wanted to add that some things that might make doing the flex path easier would include trying to do the simplest possible version. The cities in Marin County already have flex path, so trying to adopt something that they've already done. And that it could be possible to just move forward now with considering the flex path and reviewing all these things and coming back to City Council with an update to decide what you might want to do with this. So again, thank you. And thank you to staff for all their hard work, and look forward to seeing the next steps.
Next up is Jocelyn, followed by Deshelle Leeds.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jocelyn Anaya Galvan, and I am the Community and Outreach Coordinator for Menlo Spark. Today, I would like to thank staff for all the work and their flexibility in adapting to recent state legislation that imposes limits on local jurisdictions to enact reach codes, and thank them for all their work and thought put into that, because they are as someone relatively new to the climate space, they are very difficult to understand on your own. So making that understandable to someone like me is good, great, excellent job. And so, given the recent legislation, this is possibly the last chance for bold action for a very long time. So I would ask council to please support staff recommendations in addition to option C, also known as FlexPath. These codes altogether reduce emissions, protect public health for all communities, and also advance Menlo Park's progress on carbon neutrality. In Menlo Park, there are no emissions from electricity thanks to PCE's clean electricity. So buildings are still a major source of harmful emissions due to combustion and the burning of methane gas for heating, drying, and cooking. Studies have shown undeniable negative health impacts inside homes. And so this is becoming more expensive to people's wallets as well as people's health. Options A, B, and C would allow for healthier indoor air quality and lower utility bills. Some studies showing up to $360 a year per household, which is very significant. I don't think this is an opportunity that can be missed. So I would ask council to please move forward with options A, B, and C. Thank you so much for your time.
Next speaker is Dashelle Leeds, followed by Bruce Nigel.
Hello, my name is Dasha Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta
It
chapter.
doesn't look like we are able to hear your mic.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks. Hello, my name is Dasha Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. We're glad to see that Menlo Park recognizes the importance of building electrification and its benefits for public health and greenhouse gas reduction. As discussed in the staff presentation, Assembly Bill 130 puts us on a timer to adopt amendments to the local building code. So I'd just like to echo the community members and thank the city and especially to staff for your leadership and urgency in this moment. We hope council tonight takes swift action to direct staff to begin developing code language for all options in the staff report, options A, B, and hopefully including option C. We strongly support option A, the air conditioning to heat pump code. Such a policy will reduce emissions, air pollution, and energy use while saving residents from the need to replace their gas furnace down the road. Regarding option C, it would be great to explore if there are any ways to make this possible and consider the ideas raised by John McKenna and Brian Schmidt tonight. Since we may be locked out of updating the building code for a number of years, let's get as much done as we can while we still can. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
And the next speaker will be Bruce Nigel, followed by Angela Evans.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, go right ahead, Bruce.
I want to thank for the opportunity to speak and thank for the efforts that Menlo Park has put together to try to move things forward. We have a limited amount of time before we run out of air, a temperature that's that can be supported by people. In addition, as has been mentioned, there is a serious health effect by being able to breathe in methane, either from its native state when it leaks out of pipes, or if it's being burned. So it's important to get to this. I think we've heard that it's and the first two options look like they're possible. It looks like the third option is going to take a stretch. I also encourage, as the others have encouraged, to try to make sure that we see if there is a way to get that stretch in. As has been discussed, the window after this is 6 years later. And that's a bit of a concern in regards to the fact that we've got to move things forward quickly in order to have a planet that we can live on and that we don't damage the health of people, especially those in low income areas where it's becomes a real problem that they can't afford to fix it. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak and for the effort that Menlo Park has put together to try to move things forward.
And our final speaker will be Angela Evans.
This is Angela Evans. I'm a resident of Menlo Park and a director at Menlo Spark. Thank you, City Council and staff, for considering such an important topic to public and community health after 10 o'clock at night. I also urge you to please go the extra mile to explore ways to make the flex path option work in our narrow window, in addition to AC to heat pump, especially per the statute feedback of Menlo Spark's Brian Schmidt just now. This is our last chance for at least 6 years. Please don't let our window for meaningful action slip away from us. Now, the climate pollution reductions at stake are obvious, so instead I want to spend my time honing in on two other important considerations. One, costs to residents, including renters, and two, public health implications. On costs, you've been hearing about that from a number of folks who just publicly commented, but some of it bears repeating. We have these two new studies, both from 2025, that show that the average resident will save about $20 to $30 per month on their utility bills after adopting heat pumps. And these studies are a really big deal because they take into account the very recent electricity transmission rate increases by PG&E and still show monthly cost savings. And unlike, one of the studies is by PCE, and unlike prior theoretical models, PCE used real customer data from real homes electrified through its programs, and every single home analyzed by PCE reaped cost savings per month post heat pump adoptions. On public health benefits, we know that gas combustion in building appliances releases nitrogen dioxides and carbon monoxide, methane, benzene, and other carcinogens and pollutants inside and outside of buildings. We also know that children, seniors, and those who already live in communities with higher air pollution are even more at risk from these negative health impacts. The risks are not negligible. We're talking about things like asthma, other respiratory disease, cardiac illness, stroke, and reduced life expectancy. And here's one that I had not contemplated beforehand in this context that came up for me recently when one of my closest friends in the city of Menlo Park was diagnosed with breast cancer. I decided to look it up. There's a 2023 and a 2024 scientific studies, both published in the online library for the National Institutes of Health, that show direct correlations between residential nitrogen dioxide exposure, which is released during gas combustion in homes, and breast cancer risk. I know that staff time is a huge consideration given this narrow window. I'd ask council to please ask staff for a list of trade-offs involved in staff work plans if time is the main consideration here. For example, what other projects might staff have to postpone, at least temporarily, in order to prioritize FlexPath now before the chance is gone for at least 6 more years? If staff can lay out these potential trade-offs, council can then make a well-informed decision. Thank you.
Okay, I am seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Heron. Bringing it to the dais. So there's a study session for council to provide some direction. There's someone who wants to kick it off. I'm not going to look this way. I'm going to look this way.
I'm happy to start. So I will confess, I have a whole page and a half of comments. And I'm going to
Maybe I
spare
didn't
us.
look that way.
But I'm going to spare us. Because I appreciate a lot of the community members that have come out. I've spent time with them. I actually read all these reports cover to cover. Wasn't the most fascinating read, but very instructive. Couple of things. One is, I just want to put some of this in a broader context because sometimes it can feel a little theoretical. I just think the climate progress we've been making is at jeopardy from top to bottom, from the federal, from the rollbacks of all the grants, the EPA and all that. And then I got here a little early and I was trying to put it in context for us here about this whole idea of 6 years. And I'm not trying to make it personal, but I was just trying to really figure it out. Like, your two are going to be teenagers, the grandbabies are going to be grown, the dogs are going to be seniors, my kids are going to be out of college, hopefully out of our house. Like, things are going to rapidly change in a 6 year, or like for us, 6 years is a very, very long time. And I know in city planning cycles, it doesn't feel like it, but that's the downside of getting here early is you get to kind of reflect. And I thought, wow, that is a very long time in our lives to have something so impactful for climate and health and everything else. So as we think about this, that was my frame, was 6 years is actually a really long time in our real lives. And given that a lot of these things have 30-year life cycles and they're constantly kind of adding to both the pollution and the health impacts, I wanted to frame it that way. The thing I would kind of ask, and this is I think I was going to position this as another request to look at FlexPath, but I was hoping to turn that into a couple of questions for staff. I agree that this feels like, given that 6-year time frame, it feels like this is an all hands on deck sprint as much as we can. But I'm curious about FlexPath versus pre-wiring, because I see that there's 10 projects per year with pre-wiring, and I'm trying to get a sense with FlexPath, how many major home upgrades do we feel like there might be? And would the volume of projects with FlexPath be 3 to 4 times the volume of projects with the pre-wiring? Do we have a sense of that? Because pre-wiring is very limited, but FlexPath gives us lots of upgrade options, from insulation to ducts to all kinds of other things. So do we have a sense of the number of projects that might be coming down if we chose FlexPath instead?
So we did evaluate that there are some challenges with accessing the data through our permit portal. What we found was that we were looking at over 30 projects per year for FlexPath compared to the 10 for pre-wiring, but acknowledging that it's challenging to get a comprehensive picture ahead of tonight.
But fair enough. But even if we took a super conservative and said it was twice as many instead of 3 times as many, that's helpful.
We think 30 is pretty conservative.
Okay, good. And then I won't go through my whole list, but I saw the phrase "no longer feasible" in choosing FlexPath, but I know a lot of people are saying, could we do all hands on deck? Could we do a sprint? And I just wanted to get a little more clarity around, if we did a substitution of FlexPath for pre-wiring, does that give us more bandwidth? Or instead of trying to do all 3, do we do 2? And FlexPath has more impact, it sounds like. So I'm just curious what your reaction to that is.
Sorry, could you restate the question?
Oh, just if we substituted FlexPath for pre-wiring, given the amount of staff activity, instead of trying to do all 3, if we did 2, and potentially also pulling in some of the other cities that have done it, San Luis Obispo, and I forget what page it's on, but where you listed out FlexPath, it had Piedmont, San Rafael, Santa Cruz, San Luis Obispo. Could we pull from some of that to also make FlexPath a possibility? So I'm trying to explore maybe a substitution strategy as opposed to trying to do all 3.
Hi, good evening. Ron LaFrance, interim building official, et cetera. So to develop a FlexPath, an ordinance that is FlexPath that is specific to Menlo Park, is a considerable lift. And of equal importance is that FlexPath will be amending the energy code, which has an extra layer of having to go to the Energy Commission for approval prior to going to the Building Standards Commission, which extends the timelines. The city attorney's office can talk more to legalities of terms of filings or effective, and I'm not here for that. But assuming that it follows the traditional method, then you're looking at, I think it's 30 days for the CEC, probably longer, multi-month for the Energy Commission to approve, and then that has to then go to the Building Standards Commission. They have 45 days for filing.
So I appreciate that extra step. So are we really saying FlexPath is impossible? Are we just soft pedaling it and saying, like, yes. I think the phrase we used was no longer feasible, but if what we're saying is it's impossible, then that'd be.
It would be
that would help.
possible if you were to adopt it tonight. Let me put it to you that way.
What does that mean, adopted tonight?
So the adoption process is two reading, the introduction, and then the adoption. We would have had to have already, this tonight would have to be that second step where
Oh,
you
I
say,
see.
we now adopt this.
I see.
And so then it would then be sent, where you have to sign it, and then I have to send it to the Energy Commission for approval. And then I have to turn around, once I get their approval, I have to turn around and send it up to the Building Standards Commission for filing.
If I may add on, so while it's true that an ordinance is technically effective 30 days after adoption, when we make amendments to the energy code, it needs to go, as we've discussed, it needs to go to the Energy Commission, and they review at their business meeting whether the requirements of the statute have been met, and they vote to allow the amendments to be enforced at the local level. So it might technically be effective, but it would not be enforceable until the Energy Commission takes action, and that requires a 15-day public comment period at the commission. It requires a business meeting of the commission to vote on whether the local amendments are enforceable.
And sorry, just one more, I promise I keep it limited, but you cause this sort of idea of, does it mean then for the AB 130 timelines that those have to be enforceable, or are we just taking a risk that they rule it's unenforceable and we kind of lose the opportunity?
It's unclear in AB 130, and so there is a risk of a challenge. What is in effect? The, protective is that we go through the commission, we go through their approval, we get that vote from the commission to really be aligned with, or protect us from a challenge, a possible challenge potential.
Right. Okay. I want to open it up to my fellow council members, but that was my sort of first round of thoughts.
So I am fully supportive of staff's approach of doing A and B, and then would very much, if there's any way we can get the flex path through using Marin's code or anything, that would be great. But I understand that is, anyway, I would leave that in your hands, just saying if, and I'm sure you would be interested in doing it as well, if that were possible. So, but I think A and B is excellent. And then we really need to get an education, or continue our education program to let people know how important it is to electrify, so people will do it voluntarily, even if we cannot legislate it.
I'll go. Appreciate the presentation. Do we have some understanding of what the additional cost of these measures would be for a project?
Yes. So for the AC to heat pump, what we're looking at is if we use the narrow or streamlined option that we've presented, we're looking at it's approximately $7,500 for a new AC versus around $12,000 for, so $7,500 for a new AC, or around $12,000 for a new heat pump. But with the incentives that are available through PCE and then their financing and other support, that brings the cost much lower. And then the other piece to that financial calculation that was included in the cost effectiveness studies is the value add of the AC versus the heat pump, which provides heating and cooling. And then in the context of the upcoming rules where the sale of gas furnaces is going to be prohibited beginning in 2029 due to the air district rules, you're going to see that shift, which is not factored into the cost, but is also a consideration.
Yeah, so that's a scenario where you go with the heat pump instead of the air conditioner. There is an option where you go with the air conditioner, but you just have to do these additional sort of measures, efficiency measures, correct or no?
So to include that, we would need to go to the Energy Commission. And so that puts us in the same timeline dilemma as the flex path. So the staff recommendation is not to include the option for AC only with energy efficiency, is to just include a requirement for heat pump when new cooling or replacement cooling is proposed. And then there would be an exception that we would work through so that if there is a financial hardship for someone, they could apply and then request that through the building official.
So then the result would be that no one in Menlo Park could replace a broken air conditioner with another air conditioner. Or am I reading that wrong?
So the rule would be that someone would need to install a heat pump, but if someone applied for a financial hardship exemption, then and could demonstrate that there was indeed a hardship, then in that case they would be able to replace an air conditioner with an air conditioner.
Okay, so then again, no one could just replace an air conditioner with an air conditioner as they can now, right? There would be this other, like I'd have to indicate some financial hardship to replace an air conditioner with an air conditioner if this is passed.
Correct.
Okay. And then what was the cost on the expanded pre-wiring electric readiness?
Yes, so this would depend on the scope of work because that would change the number of new circuits or conduit that would be required. But TRC did provide cost estimates for additional circuits. So we're looking at about $150 for an extra conductor as a wiring if they're already running a circuit, or $500 to $1,000 if they're running a dedicated circuit. And then the conduit costs that we received were $500 to $1,000 for conduits that are installed without significant demolition. And again, that's where it's tied to the affected area of work.
Okay. And then switching back to the air conditioner to heat pump, like, right, that's work that has to be permitted by the city. How long does it take to get one of those permits? Like, I have, let's say, someone who lives in the vicinity of my neighborhood, but not exactly on my street. And they installed an air conditioner, and the permitting process for the city was very long. They just installed it. And then they were going to go after the fact and get permits. And so my understanding was that that's something that happens. Maybe you'll tell me it doesn't, but there was a real delay when it came to getting permits.
Speaking directly to the permits, yes, it requires a permit. The permitting process in and of itself, we turn those permits around, we review the permits within 14 days. The application process through the city's permitting system, I don't want to say it's cumbersome, but it's not easy. It's that. And so for a new contractor that is new coming into the city, there is a learning curve for them, and that's where you start to hear people complaining about the delays. For contractors that are working regularly within the city, they get the system down and away we go. I will say that has always been the case. The difference is that now with it all being digital, the human interaction at the counter when you come in to apply for a permit is largely removed. That's now replaced with an email process, which is not the fastest way to do it. We put the information in and the system sends out an automated email, and they have to read the email, then they have to try to figure out what we're trying to say. So that human interaction is gone, and that really is kind of the crux of the delay. But once it's in, it's reviewed and then stamped and approved. Almost always, rarely do we not approve an air conditioner unless they're trying to use an old model that doesn't meet energy code standards.
And so do you have scenarios where you're approving after the fact permits?
Oh, we get a lot of stuff after the fact. Absolutely. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So, but now how does that work in this scenario? Like, right, like, does that person just not come in Like, and then let's set aside this issue of like, how long will it take me to prove a financial hardship and like what that process is like and who I get to appeal to. I'm gonna not touch that one for the moment. But what happens in an after the fact permit scenario where technically I'm not allowed to replace an air conditioner and I submit a permit after the fact for an air conditioner that I replaced?
Okay, so let me kind of break that down, the answer down into chunks. We as a department don't know when a piece of equipment is being, like an air conditioner is being installed unless a neighbor calls and says, hey, they're doing something illegally. We're not out policing it. We're not looking for it. So a lot of times the installation is running parallel with the permitting process. So the net result is it is installed either by the time we issue the permit or ahead of us issuing the permit. From an inspection perspective, that's not really a big deal because we can see everything that we need to see. This is not high crimes and misdemeanors by any stretch of the imagination. So as it applies to if the ordinance is enacted, if an AC, so I would say, I call it a soft opening. We're going to get a whole new set of codes come January 1. The odds that we'll have all the new stuff memorized and ready to go to start enforcing right away, and that the design community is going to have it memorized and immediately have their designs compliant, and the contractors be aware of it, have it memorized, and are ready to build it. That's a fallacy. So the first X number of months is kind of a learning curve for the entire construction community with the new codes. So in this situation, this would be, in theory, effective at the latest before October 1st, without much time to get any information out. And so there, I would call it kind of an implied leniency. We're not going to tell people to pull things out. Now, a year and a half from now, that same statement, that's not true. It will be, no, this has been here for a year and a half. You're supposed to know. I'm sorry you didn't know, but we can't approve this. Most likely, they'll just let the permit expire and keep the AC unit. That's how these things usually go, if that makes sense. And then as terms of how long would an appeal take, can't really answer that because we haven't developed the actual appeal. But that's a relatively easy, the way we have it kind of conceptually set up is it's based on a financial hardship, which is just a straight math equation. If you exceed a percentage of whatever, then you don't have to do such and such. And I typically base that on the disabled access requirements, which has a unreasonable hardship provision that says if you exceed 20% of a value that goes up every year, then you do not have to make the entire space comply. You only have to make a portion of it up to 20% comply. So that is a tried and true method, both federal and state, of methodology for putting in unreasonable hardship. So I tend to follow that methodology. And so it will look most likely largely like that, in which case the city's internal plan checker, who does most of these reviews, will kind of do that on my behalf. And it will essentially, if the math works out, then you can have your AC. So it'd be more or less part of the plan review.
Okay. And then I know staff isn't recommending FlexPath, but I did have a question on like sort of, major remodel projects, and it sort of provides an example of 500 square feet. Is that like 500 square feet of net new space or 500 square feet of space that was touched as part of a renovation?
So I have not spent, I have to admit, I have not spent a lot of time with the local ordinances. San Rafael and San Luis Obispo are both in different climate zones. So in terms of trying to develop a flex path for the city of Menlo Park, that's one of the elements that we have to go through and analyze. And then having lived in San Luis Obispo for 5 years while I was going to school, the way they do business and the culture down there is different than the culture up here and the way we do business up here. And some of the unintended consequences for that community that would be acceptable might not be acceptable in this community. And that's the heavy lift portion of it. It's not the actual, writing out of the words. It's trying to figure out how this is going to work.
Okay, thank you very much. All right.
A couple more quick things to build on. I just wanted to get a sense on the cost. To the Vice Mayor's point, I'm excited that this is coming forward. I want to get a sense of total cost of ownership. So, Mr. Paz, you were saying $7,500 for a new air conditioner, about $12,000 for a heat pump, ballpark. So the differential is about $4,500 there. And then you mentioned incentives. Do we have a sense of how big those incentives are at the moment? Of that $4,500, how much would they potentially cover?
So we actually have someone from PCE with us remotely. So if we can promote Blake, our chef, that I can defer to him to answer that in more detail.
Hi, my name is Blake Hersheff. I'm the Building Electrification Programs Manager for Peninsula Clean Energy. To answer your question, our current rebate for a heat pump is $1,500 for a heat pump HVAC system. In addition to that, there is currently a $2,000 federal tax credit, but that is likely to go away due to the bill that was just passed. So $1,500 is the primary rebate available.
And adding, Blake, the 0% financing as an opportunity for heat pumps as well.
Correct. We offer up to $10,000 of 0% financing that's paid back on your bill. If you install a heat pump space heater or a heat pump water heater, we've seen this is really helpful for a lot of people whose equipment breaks and they might not be ready for the additional expense. There is also an additional $1,000 for care customers. Those are customers on low income electricity rates. So they get $2,500 total for a heat pump HVAC rebate.
That's perfect. Thanks. Because I think it was the care eligible customers that I was probably more concerned about. So then that leaves us roughly $2,000. That's a $2,000 differential. If we say it's a 30-year life cycle, but let's just cut that in half to be generous, it's a 15-year life cycle with a $30 savings based on the PCE study that Angela referenced. Total cost of ownership, that gets paid back in roughly a little over 5 years. So there's 10 years of total cost of ownership. So it's a $3,600 total cost of ownership savings if it's a 15-year life cycle. If it's a 30-year life cycle, that goes up to $7,200. So I think from a cost point of view, when you put the actual numbers to paper and you play with them a little bit for accuracy, is that a correct way to kind of think about total cost of ownership? Is for folks who might struggle to make this work financially, actually in about 5 years it pays for itself, and then the savings are going to accumulate over the life cycle of that piece of equipment. Did I do the math kind of right there?
Yes, and then I don't know, Rachel, do you want to speak to our the home upgrade services program that's in place now through the end of next year?
Sure, and I think that's the exact type of calculation they did for the cost effectiveness studies. However, they looked at the value of having the heating combined with the heat pump. So the cost calculations included the cost of like what a gas furnace would be if you were to replace that. So it was a little hard for us to disaggregate some of that for tonight's presentation. But in addition to the incentives that were discussed earlier by Blake, we also have our home upgrade program, which would offer the heat pump for heating and cooling to Bellhaven homeowners who meet our income eligibility at no cost. at least through June 2026. So that incentive pairs really nicely with this sort of policy.
That's great. That helps. It just, reading these reports, it took me back to my days at Hewlett Packard, where you would always have trouble selling these big managed print contracts, like pay all this money up front to replace all your printers. But you could show, total cost of ownership in about year 4, it starts to pay for itself because of the way the contract's structured. So this just took me back to some of those calculations when it came to cost. So that's helpful. The second quick question is, how comfortable would staff be? I want to play on this idea of the legality, the Building Standards Commission, and that the interpretation of the legislation is a little unclear legally. So that if the Building Standards Commission approves the amendment and the amendment's not enforceable until the CEC approves it, we could still potentially do flex path by September 30th and then not enforce it except for a few months later. So given the ambiguity and the fact that it's going to be 6 long years before we need to make another run at or we get the chance to make another run at this, how comfortable is staff with sort of teasing that out?
If I can just, and I just because I want to make sure I understand, is part of what staff is saying is that unless you get through that whole process, like right before this date, before that key date, then they think to some degree the validity is in question. So it's not just that like, oh, it's not enforceable until it goes through the whole process. They think that whole process possibly makes your action or your ordinance susceptible to some sort of challenge. But yeah, that's my understanding. So please correct me because if that's not what you're saying, then what Councilmember Schmidt's saying is very logical.
So I will try to clarify, AB 130, and of course, the amendment that we're looking at that was made to the bill was made June 23rd. So we're really, it's still ambiguous and we're still, reviewing it. But the change, a city is generally prohibited between October 1st, 2025 and January 1st, 2031 to adopt local amendments to the building code, unless certain exceptions are met. One of those exceptions is that the changes are substantially equivalent to amendments made and filed with the Building Commission and in effect September 30, 2025. It's unclear, what in effect is in that context, and there's no, context in the rest of the bill. We're, to be very safe, we want, we're taking the position that, in effect, we're going to go through all that's required to truly be enforceable. Again, it is unclear, and we can, with the council's direction, sort of review that more closely and determine, but that, we're taking the conservative or protective position for the city to allow these codes to be adopted into, 2025 and 2028.
And I guess that's to build on what Mayor's saying. I totally appreciate that, and this is in no way challenging what staff is offering up. I feel like 6 years is a little bit of maybe it's worth being less conservative. And I know, you guys are all climate warriors. So like we made a run at this in the last time with the codes, and the Berkeley decision screwed it all up, and we were all complaining for a while, but I don't think anybody was unhappy that we made a run at it, right? And so I think I'm asking, can we make a run at this knowing that it's not the conservative approach, that we might falter, but it's 6 long years before we get to try again. So I think I am kind of nudging us toward a less conservative view, but I wanted to hear the reaction to that.
Well, and to be clear, that nudge is to dais.
I'm sorry.
Right?
Yeah, but I want to hear their reaction first, and then probably you guys' reaction to that too.
But I would sort of say, I think that they've given you their action. They've made their recommendations of how to proceed. Obviously, the extent to which the council wants to proceed differently.
Yeah, fair enough.
Just like with the lease negotiation, the council can. I think council has given their guidance. and staff has given their guidance, but obviously.
I'm happy to bring it back here. I mean, I can ask you
they've
guys the
also
same question.
They've also not said that you have no optionality. They're
Right.
like, you certainly have an optionality. You have to get two other people to go along with that optionality on this dais.
Fair
And
enough.
so I think that that's where we are.
Yeah.
Of course.
Just a clarifying question. So you said at the end that taking this more protective approach would allow us to then pursue this in 2028, I think you said. So then is the idea that we're just worried about a challenge coming and then we would be tied up in litigation and we can't? Like, could you explain that a bit more?
Well, we want something to be in effect September 30, 2025. As I understand it from Ron, as well as our understanding of the law, usually that goes through the CEC. If it's an energy code amendment, it's filed with the building commission, and that's when we begin enforcing it. So we want something to be in effect September 30, 2025. If we have something in effect September 30, 2025, we can carry it over to the 2025 building code and the 2028 building code. So we're trying to lock in that date and do it in the process that we have always done, which is to go through the CEC, go through the building commission, get everything filed and approved and ready to go. And that's when we enforce it. So that's the best, that's one interpretation of the law.
That was helpful. Thank you.
If I could add, we don't have guidance from the Energy Commission, so we don't know if they will even hear our ordinance after September 30th. So when we're looking at the business meeting schedule, if we did the first reading August 12th, the second on August 26th, that would put us at the October 8th business meeting, as they need time to review the ordinance and post it for 15 days. And that's past this September 30th. And so we don't know if they would even agendize it and give us that kind of opportunity to approve it or hear it. And they don't typically give legal guidance. They try to stay out of that. So we'd be kind of in this risk where we're spending a lot of staff time and energy and potentially creating confusion with our builders and community members to be left with uncertainty from the CEC. So that's part of also the timing risk that we're thinking about.
And to just circle back to your question really quick, the challenge would be someone would say these changes were not effective September 30, 2025, because they had not been approved for enforcement by the CEC, which would limit the city's ability to then, continue rolling these amendments over into 2025 and 2028.
Okay. Did you? No, you.
Where I'm sitting, I would like to give direction to do A and B, and to ponder C. As you very well said, we have climate warriors for staff. If by any chance you think that it is possible to do that, and if by any chance you think that there's an advantage to swapping out B for C or C for B, anyway, I would really trust what you come up with and how you approach it, with the idea that what we will try to do is A and B, but with flexibility, if you think something else can be done that's stronger, to do it.
Yeah, just taking the risk of, I don't think any of us are gonna look at it as failure if you make a run at it. Sorry, I don't want to speak for you guys, but I wouldn't look at it as failure if you made a run at it and all these roadblocks got in your way and we just couldn't make it happen, right? Because it's going to be 6 years. If we were talking our normal 3-year cycle and the state wasn't screwing with us, then I'd probably feel different. But like I said, like our worlds are going to be really different in 6 years. That's a long time. So I wouldn't look at it as failure if we made a shoot for the moon attempt and all these roadblocks just happened. I mean, I'd feel pretty good about that. But I mean, obviously it's a dais decision.
No, you go.
I would just say, my concern is also just that we have the CEC, the $4.5 million grant that we're trying to push ahead, and other work that staff is working on. So again, my gut would be to let them balance it. I think they've heard very clearly where we stand.
So in general, I would say like I am skeptical of staff's recommendations. It is something that adds costs and regulation and barriers. And I just see government at many levels doing that a lot. And that things that seem relatively straightforward and simple are not. Like, again, at the same time, that from my own sort of real world perspective, we have a permit process that is cumbersome and takes maybe longer than it should, that we're now adding another layer and requirement on top of that is something that gives me pause. Additionally, while I understand the cost analysis, I do have to question if the cost analysis were so great, then why would you have to put in the restriction? Why would you have to put in the prohibition? It's because the incentives aren't enough for people. And if they're not enough, then I think you should go back and look to add to the incentives. I'm generally a carrot over a stick person. And so for me, I would look for ways of which, again, we could better incentivize our residents versus putting another layer, another restriction, another barrier that they have to endure to do, home remodel projects. And so those are my thoughts. I wanted to share them. I don't think that that's the direction from the majority of council, to be clear, but I did want to put them out there. I think the direction from majority of council is along the lines of staff recommendations, but someone can correct me if I'm wrong.
So yes, I'm in agreement with Councilmember Schmidt and Vice Mayor Nash. I agree with staff's recommendations. I also, I agree with what has been said, that I would love to make our absolute best effort to also have the flex path. But that being said, I'm not the one doing the work. So I completely understand the limitations, but yes, if there's any way we could give everything we can towards it, and understanding that we might not meet that goal, I understand, but I think this is very important. But I also trust you all and know that this is something you care deeply about. You'll do everything you can to get us there. So thank you.
Is there, Vice Mayor?
Two things. One is I just want to thank Mr. LaFrance for explaining why we can't just pick up one of the other cities' flex paths. That was really helpful. And then I just want to point out that one of the benefits of all of this electrification that's really now coming to the forefront are the individual health benefits. And there really are significant health risks with methane in homes. And so I think that the more we can do to incentivize, but also require this, we need to do. And I believe that as we move past this, where we really cannot do more legislation, we really need to raise the visibility of the health benefits, which they're coming out with new studies all the time. But that to me is, when you look at costs, there's also all the costs associated with the health, like asthma, and not just the personal risks, but just also real financial risks.
Yeah, I'll echo that, and I do appreciate the mayor bringing up the point of the financial burden. I tend to look at these things a little more holistically than that. I definitely get that, but I also think the health is something we're learning about. I mean, it's not something we would have talked about 40 years ago or whatever, but I think there's a lot of concentrated effort to figure out what that means for seniors and immunocompromised folks and children and all that. So whilst that wasn't the topic of discussion, I totally agree with the vice mayor. And I want to say thanks to staff. I know I'm pushing us to, sprint towards something that might not be doable. And I echo that. I trust that you guys will do everything you can. If it's a substitution for pre-wiring, if that was possible, great. If it's trying it and we don't quite get there, that's great. Or if you just look at it one more time and go, you know what, it's impossible. I mean, I want to echo the trust of the council. So thank you.
Thank you. Do you need any additional direction?
I don't think so. I just want to reiterate the direction I heard. That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That will return on August 12th with a local amendment, and we'll recalibrate as staff to figure out what would be the most meaningful to reduce emissions and achieve the health impacts that we're looking forward to in our CAP and EJ. And so it might not look exactly like you saw today, but we'll work through options A, B, and C and bring it back for August 12th for a first reading.
I think so, but there certainly was support for A and B.
Yeah.
I also didn't think that the majority want to buy a lawsuit in the future, but I think you have all that context, and so yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for all the work on this and for the very quick turnaround. Clerk Karen, we have to take a vote.
Yes.
On extending past 11 o'clock. And so by acclamation.
Seeing the nods, thank you very much.
Okay, cool. All right. Okay, we'll return back to the regular business portion of the meeting, specifically H2, consider and adopt a resolution to amend the salary schedule effective July 27th, 2025, and resolutions to approve site letters of agreement with Service Employees International Union Local 521 and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Local 829 to incorporate these salary schedule changes and appropriate additional funds. Here to introduce the item, Administrative Services Director Brittany Mello and Human Services Manager Carla Freckman.
Good evening, City Council. The item before you for consideration is to adopt a resolution to amend the salary schedule effective July 27th and the associated side letters of agreement with the impacted unions. The salary schedule lists the salary ranges for all authorized classifications in accordance with state law. There are a total of 16 proposed amendments outlined in the staff report and resolutions, which we'll describe at a high level, and we're happy to answer any specific questions the City Council may have. These amendments came about based on input from the city's management team to create new classifications and amend existing classifications to address changing operational needs. These amendments will assist in the city's recruitment and retention efforts by providing career growth opportunities for existing employees, ensuring the city is competitive in the market for hard-to-fill positions, and achieving internal alignment between classifications with similar qualifications, skills, knowledge, and abilities. So the city operates 2 childcare sites staffed by childcare teacher 1-2s who plan the curriculum, provide care, and implement instructional activities, as well as childcare teacher aides. These 3 classifications are proposed to receive salary range adjustments to internally align them with the library assistant's job series in the Library and Community Services Department. In the Police Department, there are 4 classifications in the Communication Dispatcher job family that are proposed to receive salary range adjustments. Communication dispatchers provide 24/7 coverage for emergency and non-emergency calls for public safety and support other city departments after hours. Communication dispatchers play a critical public safety support role, and these positions are in high demand statewide. Staff propose adjusting this job family by 7.52% to bring them up to the market median compensation. There are 4 additional classifications proposed to receive salary adjustments. The Community Service Officer classification in the Police Department is a non-sworn position that helps administer law enforcement support services and is proposed to receive an 8% increase. The Enterprise Application Support Specialist 2 in the Administrative Services Department coordinates activities and projects related to application systems and is proposed to receive a 4% increase. The Librarian 2 classification in the Library and Community Services Department develops the library collection, conducts research, and develop specialized programs and services. This is becoming a supervisory position and is proposed to receive a 5% increase. The Plan Check Engineer classification in the Community Development Department reviews complex plan specifications and related documents for legal compliance. This is becoming a supervisory position and is proposed to receive a 10% increase. Additionally, staff are very excited to be adding 4 new classifications to the city's classification plan. The Plan Checker classification in the Community Development Department will review plan specifications and related documents. The Police Program and Data Technician classification in the Police Department will provide administrative support, assisting with training, recruitment, and data analysis and reporting. The Regulatory Compliance Analyst classification in the Public Works Department will coordinate the planning, development, and implementation of regulatory programs to ensure compliance with applicable laws. Finally, the Senior Permit Technician classification in the Community Development Department will provide complex technical assistance related to processing permits. It's important to note that adding these classifications to the salary schedule does not change the number of authorized full-time equivalent positions. Staff met and conferred with the impacted unions, the Service Employees International Union, and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, who have agreed to the proposed changes as outlined in the proposed side letters of agreement. Staff is requesting an appropriation of $192,569 from the general fund unassigned fund balance for fiscal year 25-26 to implement these amendments, with an additional $103,102 being covered by grant funding for the adjustments related to the Belhaven Child Development Center. This concludes our report, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mello. Clerk Karen, let's call for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on regular business item H2 related to the adoption of a resolution amending the salary schedule, if you are in person, you can return a speaker card to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, go ahead and engage that hand feature. Calling in, press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on regular business item H2. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you. Bringing it to the dais for questions, discussion, motions.
I will move.
I just, no, so ready to go. Just two quick clarifying questions. The ongoing cost, the $295,671, that becomes an annual cost, right?
Approximately, since we're at the start of the fiscal year and it's for the remainder.
Got it. And then is that a fully loaded cost or is that just a base salary cost?
That's for the salary.
Okay. And then the second quick and easy question is the 103,102. I think these days, I mean, you probably heard me say it a dozen times, anything that feels like we're relying on grant funding to make up the difference makes me nervous. Do we have a sense of how locked in the Department of Education money is and for how long, or is it ambiguous?
Yes, my understanding is that we've received grant funding for the Belhaven Child Development Center for a number of years. We have not been spending up to the full limit that's available to us. It's a reimbursement-based grant.
Yep.
So as our expenses will increase with this, that's still under the maximum amount available to the city.
But do we have any sense, I think I'm asking a slightly different question, is do we have any sense whether that's gonna dry up given all the challenges with grant funding moving forward, both at the federal and state level, or is there no indication?
I have heard no indication of these funds being threatened.
Okay.
I did confer with the Library and Community Services Director, Sean Reinhardt, and he does not appear to be concerned either.
Okay, thanks.
But if they were, that would threaten the viability of the entire Child Development Center, correct?
It would have a large impact on
Yeah.
the BHCDC.
Yeah, I could just see this turning into a $500,000 every year impact if that was jeopard. That plus the increases, the numbers start to add up. So that's why I was asking the question. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Motion? Okay, we have a first from the Vice Mayor and a second from Councilmember Wise.
Thank you. We do have a first by the Vice Mayor Nash and a second by City Councilmember Wise to adopt the following resolutions: to amend the city salary schedule and classification plan and appropriate the associated funding; to adopt a resolution to amend the City of Menlo Park salary schedule to add 4 new classifications and amend the salary for 11 existing classifications and 1 temporary position; adopt a resolution to approve a side letter of agreement with the Service Employees International Union, Local 521, to amend Appendix A of the Memorandum of Understanding to reflect the classification, unit, and salary schedule amendments; and adopt a resolution to approve a side letter of agreement with the Association of Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Local 829 to amend Appendix A of the MOU to reflect the classification, unit, and salary schedule appointments, and appropriate an additional $192,569 from the general fund unassigned fund balance to the fiscal year 2025-26 budget. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes with City Council Member Taylor absent. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Clerk Karen. We'll move on to informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council and staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. Clerk Karen, can you call for public comment on the informational items?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So for any member of the public wishing to speak on our informational items, I-1, City Council Agenda Topics; I-2, City Council Fiscal Year 25-26 Work Plan; I-3, City Council Meeting Transportation, Location, Interpretation, and Translation Services. If you are in person, you can return a speaker card. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature. And if you're calling in, please press *9 now. We currently have 1 speaker, so this will be the final call for public comment on our informational items I-1, I-2, and I-3. Right, I'd like to call up Pam Jones. And Pam, if you could let us know which item you are speaking on.
Item 3.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, council members and staff, Pam D. Jones, Menlo Park neighborhood of Bellhaven, and I'm speaking for myself. I wanted to thank you for all of the hard work that is being done to implement these portions of the environmental justice element. Over the past 3 months, it has been noticed. I look forward to the next 6 months, and I know this includes a deeper level of community outreach. Services sometimes are not used because community's not aware of them. And I recognize that the community outreach, it continues to be the common denominator in Bellhaven, and information that we're trying to get out, as well as this also occurs in other neighborhoods. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Okay, thank you. Are there any council comments or questions on the informational items? Yeah, please.
Just one quick one. I'm just curious, where the economic development manager, just a ballpark, where are we in the process there? Is the hiring process, is the rec been opened and all that, or mostly just curious?
So the recruitment went live today.
Oh, excellent. And do we have a sense, is there general interest, or, I mean, do we expect?
So we are using a recruitment firm to help with this one. So we don't have a, it was literally just went out today.
Okay,
So.
all right, got it.
But this is like the third or fourth recruitment we've had for this position. Is it not? There's been multiple, like.
In my time here, this is the first time we're recruiting for this one, and we've had an interim in the role, Fran Dean.
Okay, but as a permanent occupant of this position, it has been vacant for over 6 years.
I don't know the total number of years, but that sounds about right.
We've not had one since I've been on council.
Right.
So it's easy for me to peg. Okay. Okay. Just, and I vaguely remember there being a prior recruitment effort, but I could be wrong. Our prior recruitment efforts as it relates to this position, which would seem logical given that it's been open for 6 years, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, happy to follow up with you, Mayor, on the specifics. I am not recalling at this point in the evening. I can say that I'm pretty sure that the position did not exist for a while during that time period of 6 years. We went through pretty extensive downsizing, rebuilding up. So, but I'm pretty sure that when it was reactivated, the first thing that we did, the way that we started filling it was through a contract position with HDL. Yeah, so, but happy to get back to the specifics if you'd like.
Yeah, no need to get back to me, although I don't know that, and I would turn to Vice Mayor Nash, that I ever knew that the position didn't exist, that it had gone like away. Maybe that's something I should have known, but
yeah, I'm happy to double check that as well, but based off of my memories from 2020, I'm pretty sure everything was cut down to the bone. Yeah.
Right. Okay, any other comments for questions on informational items? All right, well, we'll go to city manager report.
Yes, thank you. So this is the last scheduled city council meeting until April 12th. So there is a 1 month break of sorts. So unless there's some urgent item that comes up between now and then, there would be no city council meetings until August 12th. And so the other thing to highlight for the summer is the kickoff of the summer concert series that begins tomorrow, July 9th at Fremont Park. Series of concerts on Wednesday at Fremont Park through the middle of August, and then a couple concerts at Carl E. Clark Park on Fridays in July and early August. So more information on the city's website, but the first concert's tomorrow night at Fremont Park.
Right. Thank you. Any council member reports? Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. So we had a PCE meeting in which we passed the budget, the total cost of $392 million, representing a 4% decrease from fiscal year 25 due to lower energy costs. And this budget maintains electric generation rates at a 10% discount to PG&E throughout the year.
Great. Thank you. With that, tonight I would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Eugene Frank Helfrich. Frank was a 96-year resident of Menlo Park and served our community in many ways, including more than 30 years of volunteer service with the Menlo Park Historical Association. He will be missed, and he will be missed by all of us in Menlo Park. And we extend our condolences to his family.